Hello everyone, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom. Let's go! Welcome to the fabulous Walt Disney World Resort. Hello again, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom like I just stated. In just a few moments, we'll check out today's video topic. In the meantime, I'm gonna flip the camera to a picture-in-picture and I'll be right with you after I check the chat here. Oh, in the chat today we have Rob's Mad World. Welcome back, Rob's Mad World. He says halfway through the week, happy hump day. That's right, Rob's Mad World. Hopefully we won't get carried away in too many tangents today. And we also have Epcot Galaxy Hero. Welcome back, Epcot Galaxy Hero. He says, everyone subscribe. Well, thank you so much for that, Epcot Galaxy Hero. If I remember correctly, you said you were coming to the Walt Disney World Resort. I'm sure we could chat all about it, and you actually probably rode the Guardians of the Galaxy, and you had a meet and greet with Star-Lord himself, I imagine. But let's go on to today's video topic, what we're here to discuss, actually. Let me get my bearings here. Let me get out of the way. People walking. We're here to discuss an all-new lounge that replaced an opening day attraction in Frontierland. So stay tuned and find out all the details. We're now in Town Square. We're approaching Main Street, USA. We may have just a little bit of time to just briefly check out the Dapper Dans. They're singing just up ahead here in front of the Emporium. And Mary on the Move says, hello everyone, happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday, thank you for being here, Mary on the Move. And Epcot Galaxy Hero says, my trip already happened March 7th through 10th of this month. Okay, so we're gonna get the trip update from Epcot Galaxy Hero. If I remember correctly, he also said he was traveling to the Walt Disney World Resort with his father.
It's titled, She Was Only a Farmer's Daughter, but
hello there.
Never Could Attract Her. Not popular.
Hello. We're gonna pop up on the curb here into the shade.
That's right, it's called They Can Lock Me Up for Loving You, but they can't keep my face from breaking out.
I've got a way better song for these folks. It's an old-fashioned love song called How Can I Miss You If You Won't Go Away?
Epcot Galaxy Hero says, yeah, it was not too busy. I concur, Epcot Galaxy Hero.
Yes, do you know what you get your yeah, this is Judy, is that right, Judy? And Patrice, when your hair was covered Friday. It's Judy and Patrice's birthday.
Yes, it is.
Ryan Wesley, welcome back, Ryan Wesley. Looks like a beautiful day. It sure is, Ryan Wesley.
Happy birthday, Judy and Patrice. Happy birthday to you. How old are you now?
74.
Oh, that's right. How much do you weigh? How much do you weigh? Happy birthday to you, Patrice. And have a nice day.
Yay! Okay, we're gonna get on with the breaking news here. Give me just a second. I'll check the chat again before we get started. Epcot Galaxy Hero said, did Guardians twice, got Kongable times. Awesome, Epcot Galaxy Hero. I actually went on Guardians as well twice during the time frame that you were in town as well. And I loved it, of course. I'm gonna take out the bat phone and I'm gonna set up the wireless feature so I could send my video screen from the bat phone over to your device at home that you're viewing on. Just give me a second. I'll be right with you. I have to unlock it here first and set it up. We're almost there. Give me a second. Oh, and Debbie Bernfeld. Debbie Bernfeld, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Welcome. Hello, Debbie Bernfeld. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Debbie says, hello, my dearest sweet friends. This is my first time on your channel, recommended by Pete McDivitt. Oh, yes, Debbie. So you're in luck today simply because I'm going to be on the Pete McDivitt show tonight at 10:45 Eastern. So stay tuned for that as well. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, met Star-Lord, did a dance-off, and lost epically and legendary. Oh, okay, we're going to have to hear more about it, Epcot Galaxy Hero. And Reed Gibson's back. Welcome back, Reed Gibson. He says that Debbie Bernfeld, welcome in. But we should get on with the news. Hold on a second. I got to get set up, like I keep saying. We're approaching the hub and Cinderella Castle. The sun is so bright today, I'm having a little difficulty looking at the screen or seeing my actual screen. Bear with me a second here.
Yeah, the original. And this is, you are, this is
And Epcot Galaxy Hero says, I will gladly say how I lost. I can't wait to hear it. In just a few moments, we're going to bring you the breaking news. Of course, it's probably on your screen right now. So website credit and shout out goes to blogmickey.com. Blogmickey.com always does an excellent job. So before we get started, I wanted to give you a little bit of background about today's video. So, Frontierland Shootin' Arcade Farewell. This was published back on June 23rd, 2024. We're not going to read the whole article, I just want to give you some background information. Blog Mickey is very clear and concise, and he has great photos. It's an excellent resource for us. Today, June 23rd, is the final day of operation for the Frontierland Shootin' Arcade, an opening day attraction at Magic Kingdom. Technically, the attraction was known as the Frontier Shooting Gallery when it opened in 1971, and it was renamed the Frontierland Shootin' Arcade on September 24th, 1984, according to Disney. In this article, we'll take a look around the venue before it closes forever to make room for a new Disney Vacation Club members lounge. So again, this was published back on June 23rd of last year. There is a photo of the exterior of the Shootin' Arcade. Located in Frontierland is a rustic log cabin where guests can pick up a replica 54 cal Bridger Hawken rifle and shoot at targets spread throughout a scene of the legendary Boot Hill in the famous frontier town of Tombstone, Arizona. The attraction originally used pellets, but in the early 1980s, it moved to the projectile-free invisible beam of safe infrared light technology. And here's some quick photos. It's probably a little noisy here in front of the castle. I'm trying to get away from all the speakers and the audio. We're actually moving into Liberty Square here. Up until September 30th, 2021, the Frontierland Shootin' Arcade was an additional fee. Then on September 30th, it went to free to play and has been free ever since. The cost was previously $1 for 35 shots. So I just want to give you a little bit of background there, just show you these quick photos, and let's move on with the next article here. Before we do, give me a second. I'm going to change the graphic on the screen, and I'll check the chat too. Let me actually try to get into some shade here, because I'm having a very difficult time with the super bright Florida sun. It is a gorgeous day here, but it doesn't lend itself to iPhone screens. So I'm just trying to find some shade. Give me a second here. Okay, I think we're going to be in luck back here. Ryan Wesley says, Guardians, what a great ride. from standby line, pre-shows, and most importantly, the ride itself. You are correct, Ryan Wesley. Nothing beats Guardians of the Galaxy. And Epcot Galaxy Hero says Star-Lord did a Michael Jackson dance move, and the Running Man, I couldn't do either. So yeah, okay, there we go. We figured it out here. And Mary on the Move says, welcome at Debbie Bernfeld. If watching John on the Pete McDivitt show tonight. Yeah. Oh, it's 2 exclamations, not an if. So watching John on the Pete McDivitt show tonight. So shout out to Pete McDivitt show tonight. I'm gonna be there. And Debbie also says, hello, my dear, at Mary on the Move. And Danny J says, welcome back, Danny J. Let me get to the sun, I can't see it. I gotta get to the shade. Danny J says, yeah, caught the live early today. Hello, everyone. Reed Gibson says, hello at Danny J. Okay, let's change the graphic on the screen. I'm gonna just pull over and pause for a second. Like I keep saying, I just can't see the screen. Hold on. So we're gonna take off that and we'll put on this one. And give me a second. We'll launch this. Okay, well, let's get on with the article. Maybe I'll stand up here out of the way. So shout out to DisneyTouristBlog.com. Website credit goes to DisneyTouristBlog.com. First look inside new lounge, now open in Magic Kingdom. So there is a photo of the new lounge. A new lounge has a surprise opening months ahead of schedule in Magic Kingdom, and this one will not serve alcohol, nor will it adults only. So they're not going to have alcohol, and it's not adults only. So it shouldn't be at least a bit controversial, right? The first look inside the venue in Frontierland shows photos and details along with our commentary. I'm actually going to put the bat phone in my pocket for a second because I need to take my sunglasses off. Hold on. Probably hear clicking around. I'm trying not to get it, in contact with the microphone while we continue here. I'm still going to attempt to find some shade. Okay, so the new rest stop allows eligible Disney Vacation Club members, so much for being uncontroversial, to enjoy McKim's Mile House, a DVC member lounge in Magic Kingdom. This takes over the space previously occupied by the free-to-play Frontierland Shootin' Arcade, an opening day original that had been around since 1971. Also totally controversy-free that Disney replaced an attraction with exclusive lounge space. Located in Frontierland, this brand new home on the range invites eligible members and their guests to relax, recharge, and reconnect in a space steeped in storytelling. Disney previously announced it would open by summer 2025, so it was somewhat of a surprise for it to debut in mid-March. Let's take a closer look inside McKim's Mile House, the second in-park DVC lounge at Walt Disney World. Hello there.
Oh, they can see us now.
Oh,
Hi, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're fine, no worries.
They can
Have a
see
great
us
day.
now.
see this now.
Okay.
Okay, I'll pause here for just a second. Let me check the chat. Oh, Reed Gibson says, hello at Danny J. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, I was wearing Baby Groot ears as well. I see. Rob's Mad World says, that's sad. I was never a good shot at the game, but I was pretty young. Yeah, Rob's Mad World, I remember too. Yeah, I was an awful shot as a kid, yeah. And Debbie Bernfield says, I'm looking forward to learning more about you on Pete's show tonight. Well, I look forward to being there, Debbie. Okay, let's get back to the news article. So, ready to rest those feet? Visitors can mosey into the Frontier's best kept secret, a special nod to a former Disney Vacation Club slogan. Discover the best kept Disney secret and relax in style in a variety of comfortable sofas and chairs. Disney Vacation Club retired that slogan several years ago, seemingly because it had become a punchline among fans given the ubiquity of Disney Vacation Club resorts around Walt Disney World. To each their own, but I like the slogan. I also prefer the old school DVC logo. Maybe I'm just nostalgic for the bygone days, which would also explain why I love Frontierland. And there's a photo of that slogan. From the wood floors to the hand-carved stone fireplace, every aspect of the McKim's Mile House Lounge tells a story, including its name. The lounge's namesake is Sam McKim, a Disney legend and concept artist for the original Frontierland in Disneyland Park. To combine McKim's everlasting contributions and the story of Frontierland, Imagineers were inspired by historic mile houses of the American West. Mile houses were what we would now consider hotels. Spread across the frontier, travelers could check into a mile house for a much-needed spell of rest and relaxation. Now, after an adventure with Princess Tiana or concert with the Country Bears, members and their guests can enjoy the same bit of respite in this new member lounge said to be operated by a fictional McKim family of hospitality pioneers. There's another photo. Oh, we got a steam whistle on the Liberty Bell. I'm trying to stay out of the sun and just into the shade here. As visitors gaze around McKim House, they may notice stairs that appeared to lead up to the boarding room said to be occupied by some famous folks from around Frontierland. One room, for example, is designated as the host room of none other than the owner and founder of Big Thunder Mountain Company, Barnabas T. Bullion. Just down the hall is the room occupied by M. Davis, a special recognition to Disney legend Mark Davis. Although members can't access the lounge's second floor, they can appreciate these imaginary details from the comfort of their lounge's seating area. And with a keen eye, oh, we got the steam whistle again. Liberty Bell coming in the dock. And with a keen eye, they may even spot some original artwork and details from Sam McKim himself. Inside, as travelers kick up their spurs and sip on complimentary soft drinks, the space's visual details bring special attention to the backstory of the fictional McKim host family, including drawings said to be created by McKim children. Along with these amenities and storytelling details, the lounge also includes complimentary Wi-Fi and phone charging spaces. Disney Vacation Club McKim's Mile House, a member lounge, is open daily from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern, and for all eligible Disney Vacation Club members with valid park tickets and reservations to Magic Kingdom. As mentioned above, McKim's Mile House is the second in-park lounge at Walt Disney World, exclusively available to eligible DVC members in Florida. Eligible members also have access to the Top of the World Lounge, a Villain's Lair atop Bay Lake Tower at Disney's Contemporary Resort, as well as the Imagine Atrium, a member lounge atop the Imagination Pavilion at Epcot. In California, members can recharge amongst the stars at Star View Station, a member lounge located in Tomorrowland at Disneyland. This is probably the most accessible lounge as it occupies a massive amount of indoor and outdoor space, and there are fewer DVC members at Disneyland. All three of these lounges are excellent, although Top of the World can be a bit of a hassle with its various rules. I love the Imagination Lounge because it occupies the former upstairs ImageWorks, offering views out of the glass pyramid of the former Future World at Epcot. We'll stick to that opposed to Geo 82. Okay. So I'm really looking forward to have a DVC lounge in Magic Kingdom. I don't love that it took over the attraction space that was previously available to everyone, but selfishly, we'll use McKim's Mile House. Having a spot to stop for a quick break and free Coke, Freestyle, or coffee is huge. And then Tom goes on to say here, as I'm slowly going to walk this way, I would hazard a guess that our number one or number two attraction in both Epcot and Disneyland is the respective DVC lounges. But I also understand that I'm one of the lucky few who will have access. What's good for me personally isn't always the same as what's good for the park-going public as a whole. It is somewhat surprising to see McKim's Mile House open daily from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. I know that's roughly how long the Imagination Lounge is open, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., but Magic Kingdom is a much more popular park. I gotta go down the steps here, hold on. And not having McKim's Mile House, open at 10 a.m. seems like a recipe for long lines to rope drop the lounge. Moreover, Magic Kingdom crowds never really die down, whereas the front of Epcot empties out in the evenings. So not only that, but McKim's Mile House is smaller than Imagination Lounge with maybe a little more than half the capacity. I guess we should see if it ends up being an issue. My hope is that DVC moves forward, the opening time extends hours, and even switches out some furniture to increase capacity. I'll be doing some very important research this weekend and next week to see what the lines are like. For anyone wondering about Disney's motivation for building McKim's Mile House and other DVC lounges, the company has good reason for it. The Epcot lounge is incredibly popular and often utilize a wait list during busier times of the year. All right, so let's switch or take off the news off the screen. Okay, and here we are at McKim's Mile House. And I'm actually going to disable the bat phone, the wireless feature, if you give me a second. In the meantime, enjoy views of the Frontier's best kept secret, as we previously discussed. I'm gonna put the bat phone in my pocket, and I'm slowly gonna turn around. I'll get an overall shot. I'll walk outside for just a moment. I'm just getting my bearings. Let me check the chat. So all this area appears to be refreshed and brand new. The construction walls are down. I'm going to point the camera at the parade route. There is a marching band coming. We should go take a look at that real fast, though. And then Christian Sanchez. Welcome back, Christian Sanchez. Amazing stream, he says. As it turns out, we're at the Magic Kingdom today, Christian Sanchez, and I don't think we're going to make it over to Disney's Hollywood Studios to Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, but I'll pipe down so you can enjoy the band here. Hold on just a second. Okay, back to the chat. Christian Sanchez says, is that Country Bears? We're near the Country Bears. Christian Sanchez, the Bear Band or the Country Bear Musical Jamboree is located down in this direction to get your bearings. And we're over here at the new DVC Lounge that took over the Frontier Shooting Arcade. I should say Frontierland Shooting Arcade. I'm going back to the chat. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, is the lounge open yet? Yeah, Epcot Galaxy Hero, we're about to cover it. So the lounge is open. And Debbie Burnfield says, hello, my dear Christian Sanchez. And Christian Sanchez says, what the wait time for Country Bears Musical Jamboree? We could check that out in a moment, Christian Sanchez. Hold on, we got to check out this new lounge first. We got another marching band coming. I got to get off the route here. Once the marching band passes, well, then we'll check out the Mile House again. McKim's Mile House. Get back down onto the parade route. Let me check the chat here. I'm trying to get in some shade so I can actually see the chat. Oh, Spitiful's back. Spitiful. Beulah. Welcome back, Beulah. Nice to see you back. Says, howdy, folks. Is it bear time? Not at the moment. Beulah, we got to check out the news first. We're going to check out the new lounge here. Give me a second. Epcot Galaxy here says, I don't know. Beulah says, oh, it's parade time. That's right, Beulah. I want to check out the lounge. Maybe we'll watch the parade. Maybe Bear Band after that. I'm not certain. Scoot Adventures is back. Welcome back, Scoot Adventures. Says hello. All like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free. It's free. Thank you so much, Scoot Adventures. Always nice to have you back. Okay, let's get back to today's video topic. So this whole area here, let me pull back, get an overall shot. You should be able to hear me. I'm going to point the camera at the ground because you know I love my paving. So this is existing paving that leads into the new stamped concrete. So it's all themed. You could see that it has the horse's hoof. In other words, the horse's hoof is pressed into the concrete along with the pine needles. So very neat color palette, very well themed. The Walt Disney Imagineers outdo themselves every single time. And of course, it's located next door or adjacent to the Disney Vacation Club kiosk here in Frontierland at the Magic Kingdom. In this case, it's the Getaway Stagecoach line. So you can inquire about Disney Vacation Club, whatever you have questions with. In other words, DVC is just a fancy way of saying timeshare. So for everybody that's new to the channel, DVC is just fancy timeshare. So there you go. But back to the ground, there's of course the new stamped paving continues around on this side as well. And the actual entrance up to the McKim's Mile House is located in this area. You'll see cast members here validating that you have valid admission, of course valid Disney Vacation Club membership to access the club. So I really can't go too much further. As it turns out, this guy, John with Fun to Be Free, doesn't actually have DVC or Disney Vacation Club. So unfortunately today, or as it turns out, we won't be able to access the interior of it. But maybe one day we'll be back and get to go inside. But while we're here, I wanted to show you the exterior elevation of it. Very well themed, very well done. There's also an accessibility ramp here near the steps as well. So we'll follow the accessibility ramp with the camera up to the upper level. And of course there is one step in this location here. So one step up and then it goes to essentially a double step to another level up here. We're back over in this area where we mentioned the Frontier's Best Kept Secret, the slogan. Here appears to be an emergency exit. And let me take off my glasses here. We're gonna peek through the window. We're gonna look like a creeper here, but I am very interested and curious to see what's going on inside. I don't know if we can see much. I see a reflection of me. I definitely see some people in there, and it appears to look like the photos and the concept art, but I know everybody at home is probably going, oh, there's glare in the, like a reflection in the glass, or Pepper's ghost. But this one in this area might be a little bit better, but you're still seeing me. So you're not seeing much, but we'll keep trying here. I'll try to, get the glare off. Oh, hello there, some guest waving at us, going, oh, everybody inside's so lucky, and this guy's just standing outside awkwardly. But like I mentioned before, I'm actually gonna walk over to the accessibility ramp, and here is the entrance, the doorway, and there's a cast member at the podium here that is meeting and greeting, validating eligible status for members. There's somebody actually coming out of the entrance. There is a plaque next to the door that appears to read McKim's Mile House there. I'm not going to get too close because, like I said, I don't have valid admission, but I just wanted to mention there's some details in the area. Look at all this awesome brass lamp, reminiscent, of course, of the Wild Wild West. And if we pan up, there's some additional area lighting as well. Very well themed, very well done. And they have, of course, the date of 1850 on the door there. We'll get a little closer look at the plaque. And then come back. We can hear the steam whistle from the Liberty Bell. I'm gonna go back down the accessibility ramp and check the chat. Give me a second here. I was in the shade as I walk outside into the sun. It's a little brighter, so let me pop back into the shade, check the phone screen. Hold on a second. And Beulah says, oh yes, The Lounge. Christian Sanchez says Country Bears Musical Jamboree. My favorite song, Try Everything. Christian Sanchez. Every song in the Country Bear Musical Jamboree is amazing. With my toes a tapping and clapping with my feet, all the rest of the song. But Epcot Galaxy Hero says, John, are you a DVC member? As it turns out, Epcot Galaxy Hero, I am not a DVC member, but maybe one day, you never know. You just never know what could happen. Stay positive, my friends. And Jaylon's back. Welcome, Jaylon. She says, hi, fun to be free. Welcome back, Jaylon. Nice to have you here. Scoot Adventure says, I'm not a member, won't be allowed. So we're in the same boat, Scoot Adventures. My boat seems to be sinking. It's taking on water. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, I saw inside, okay. So, and Scoot Adventures says, I think I'd liked it better with the walls up. Haha. Oh, Scoot Adventures. I'm gonna say this. So, this particular lounge replaced an opening day attraction here in Frontierland at the Magic Kingdom. With that said, we lost a piece of history, but we gained a lounge for the DVC members. Oh, there, yeah, Liberty Bell. It's on the other side of the trees. You could hear the brass bell and everything. So, Scoot Adventures, I really think they did a good job with the exterior. I can't say anything about the interior since I could only see through the glass, the windows. But on the exterior, I think they did a great job. The theming blends very well. So we gotta accept change here. But for what it is, even though we did lose a gem, a treasure with the Frontierland Shooting Arcade, we, gained the DVC lounge here. So we'll take one more quick look, and I'll go back to the chat. And while we're here, we are actually adjacent to this indoor merchandise location. It's the Frontier Trading Post, Texas John Slaughter Trail Boss. So let's go inside, simply because it's getting a little warm here on the parade route, and we're going to be out here for the parade. So stay tuned for the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. So I'm going to hover around this area. And while we're in here, let me check the chat. Debbie Bernfeld says, it looks so pretty there. Oh, Debbie, it's a gorgeous day. I was just saying it's hot. This guy doesn't want to stay in the sun all day long. That's why I'm seeking shade and shelter for two reasons. Of course, the actual sun, and two, the sun is so bright I cannot see the phone screen with the chat.
Yeah.
Beulah says, also, you missed the closing of It's Tough to Be a Bug. Hello there. Nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. Hey, Beulah, you are correct. As it turns out, I did miss it because I was experiencing technical difficulties with my PC, but we're back up and running, luckily. At the Liberty Bell, all along the rivers of America. Beulah also says the bugs have been exterminated. Oh boy, I happen to like that show, Beulah. Christian Sanchez says, how long? Tiana Bayou Adventure. Christian Sanchez, I wanted to get over there, so give me a second. I'm just chilling out here. We'll check the bear band wait time. We'll check Tiana. I think that'd be a good idea. And then Diana Buenavides. Welcome back, Diana. Says, hello everyone from a windy 76 day in Austin. Baking right now. We'll check in off and on. Nice to have you back streaming, John. Well, thank you so much, Diana. We have Diana the baker, our resident baker. And Scuda Adventure says, they did do a nice job. I'm glad the walls are finally down. That's right, Scuda Adventures. They did a fabulous job. Epcot Galaxy Hero also says, I would skip Country Bears and bolt to the Carousel of Progress. Oh, that's a tough call. Can I go this way?
Kingdom proudly presents the Main Street Philharmonic.
So we have a marching band coming. The cast wanted it off me, this guy, John, at Fun to Be Free, off the route. But here we go. Let's check the wait time for this particular show at the moment is 12 minutes. We're not going to actually go and take a look at the show, but here's the pre-show, just what it looks like. So it looks like Beulah, the show just entered. I'm actually going to turn around and go back outside because I want to check out the Main Street Philharmonic Marching Band on the parade route. But I quickly want to go back to Epcot Galaxy Hero saying I would skip Country Bears and bolt to the Carousel of Progress. That's a tough call, Epcot Galaxy Hero. I don't know what I'd choose. Beulah says, how long till the next show? 12 minutes. Well, we just saw Beulah. Scoot Adventure says, we were lucky to be at the final show on Sunday evening at Tough to Be a Bug. That's right, Scoot Adventures. He was there. If I remember correctly, you were saying you were live streaming, and so you live streamed the event. Main Street Philharmonic is coming down the parade route. Let me get a better viewing position here. Take a photo. You're welcome. Have a great day. I'm John with Fun to Be Free, by the way.
What is it?
John with Fun to Be Free.
Nice to meet you.
I'm sorry, who do I? Ray? Bree, nice to meet you.
I might have watched, like, your voice sounds familiar.
Okay. I see.
I'm gonna now subscribe.
Okay. Take care. Have a great day. Enjoy your trip. So for everybody that was watching the Main Street Philharmonic Marching Band, that guest approached me and was curious to know my handle name. She said she's going to look it up and subscribe. So since the guest came up and said that, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And as Scooter Adventure says, it's free to do so. Let me check the chat again. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, another band, that's right. So we got not one, not two, hello there, but 3 marching bands. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, let it go, let it go. Hello there. We're live streaming on YouTube right now. I didn't have that on camera though. So for everybody watching at home, this young woman here poured a bottle of water on, I believe it was probably a family member, possibly a son, and she said he deserved it. When you're live, you just never know what you'll find. So I'm actually headed up into Tiana's Bayou Adventure area here. We're gonna go check the wait time. We'll watch the log cycle, and I said before, I'll say it again. Stay tuned for Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. That's coming up at, of course, 3 o'clock Eastern. So in about, what do we got, 22 minutes or so? 21 minutes left to go. Scooter Adventure says, yes, we did stream, John. Amazingly, we had a good solid signal in that tree with only 1 or 2 slight dropouts of bitrate. Well, that's good to hear, Scooter Adventures. Excellent, good to hear. And Patrick Julian as a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello, Patrick Julian. Thank you for subscribing. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Welcome. It's nice to have you here. Says, good afternoon, John and everyone. I recently subscribed to the channel. Thank you so much, Patrick. We're here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure. We're going to watch the log cycle. There's one in the bayou now. Going down Bayou. We got an empty log on the drop. And Reed Gibson says, hello at Patrick Julian, welcome in. Got another log pressed in the top of the drop. Very cool. Okay, well, let's back up. I want to go check out the wait time. And Debbie Bernfeld says, hello, my dear Patrick Julian. Well, let's go over to the opposite side here, into the run out. Off in the distance, there's the picturesque backdrop of Cinderella Castle. And here's the log in the run out now. There you go. Mary on the Move says, welcome at Patrick Julian. And Patrick Julian says that Reed Gibson, thank you. And to you as well, John. You're welcome, Patrick. It's nice to have you here. I generally go live at 2 o'clock Eastern daily. Where I go, it depends on the news. So I have lots of ideas for videos, but then the news topic pops up and I go, oh man, I was gonna do XYZ, and now I guess we'll just go and do the topic that's just even better. No issue there. And if you're a new subscriber or new to the channel, jump into the live chat. I'd love to get to know you. We'll chat it up. I'll chat your ear off. This guy likes to talk a lot, as everybody knows in the chat. I chat it up with all my chatters. I'm full of yik yak, flim flam, and all that other good stuff. If you look directly overhead, towering into the sky on this gorgeous Central Florida day, it's a construction crane. Big Thunder Mountain Railroad is actually undergoing a rehab right now. They're replacing all the track, also all the metal track getting replaced. Yippee-yi-yay, yippee-yi-yo, goes right. Okay, I'm done. I just want to come and show you the signs. Notice, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad closed until further notice by order of Barnabas T. Bullion. The reason I came over here, because Tom Bricker in DisneyTouristBlog.com in the article that we just saw was talking about Barnabas T. Bullion, of course modeled after Tony Baxter himself. And as everybody in the chat is well aware, you could find a portrait of Barnabas hanging inside the Q House, or the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad Q, just up there. Scooter Adventure says, hi Patrick, awesome that you subscribe. Great channel here, live streams at 2 p.m. John deserves all the support we can give. Great guy. Oh, thank you again, Scooter Adventures. I really appreciate that. Thank you for cheerleading and rallying for me, Scooter. Thank you. Let me get a drink of water. And while we're here, we could just take a quick look at the rivers of America with the rafts traversing and crisscrossing over to, of course, Tom Sawyer Island. It's very quiet over here with Big Thunder Mountain Railroad in rehab. We could get a quick look also of the backside behind the construction walls. Not too much to see, don't get too excited. The best views, of course, are on the Liberty Bell, just around the corner. We're on the Texas deck. You know, like Texas John Slaughter that we saw over at the merchandise location. Patrick Julian says it. Reed Gibson, thank you. At Debbie Bernfeld, hey, it's great to see you here as always and in the chat. Okay, let's head over to Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Let's get an update for the standby wait time sign. In other words, how many minutes is it? I'm actually putting on some chapstick. You probably hear some rustling. Put back in my pocket here. You know, I gotta keep my lips, these luscious lips, I have to maintain UV protectant. The only other PSA I have at the moment is stay in school, kids, and put chapstick on to protect your lips. Oh, it looks like we do have quite an extended queue here. Hold on, let me get a little closer. Let me get a little closer here. Oh. So, Tiana's Bayou Adventure, standby entrance, wait time 75 minutes. Enter here. Oh, I didn't actually see that one coming. Epcot Galaxy Hero, did you see that wait time coming? Unless you cheated and you peeked on the My Disney Experience app. But no, I wasn't thinking it was gonna be this long with this much of a return. It is a gorgeous day here in Central Florida, as you can see. There's not a cloud in the sky. So nice. It's just, you know, the sun. I can't stay in the sun for 12 hours at a time. Maybe 5 hours. Let me check the chat while I'm standing around the actual shade here, while you enjoyed views of this area. Scooter Adventure says, 30 in chat, 12 likes. Let's see if we could get the likes to 30 to match the number of viewers. Best part, it's free, haha. That's right, Scooter Adventures, thank you again for rallying. And because you said that, here we go. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And as Scooter Adventure says, it's free to do so. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, John, I bet 90. Oh, so he probably beat me to the punch. I should check the chat more often, more frequently. Beulah says, at Scooter Adventures, just watched your stream and it was fun. So there you go. Everybody in the chat, make sure you check out Scooter Adventures. He helps people in need over Scooter Adventures at YouTube, on YouTube. Patrick Julian says, at Scooter Adventures, thank you. He's already awesome. Scooter Adventure says, thanks Spittle, or in other words, thanks Beulah. And Beulah says, Disney gave us a video of It's Tough to Be a Bug ride film. So, is that true? Disney gave you the ride film, the actual footage? Beulah? Wow. Debbie Bernfeld says, I am a new subscriber as well. I look forward to enjoying more of your streams, John, at Fun to Be Free. Well, Debbie, like I said, I'm live generally at 2 p.m. Eastern daily. Okay, let's actually walk down the steps here. And you saw that as I was walking back and forth in the shade, because the sun is so bright it's hard to see the actual phone screen. And I wanted to go down here because I believe they're doing a crossover in this area, since the line is longer than average or normal. Yeah, so it looks like, yeah, there's a cast member at this point here, and they're monitoring because they have tape over on the ground here. So of course it's a crossover. I guess I shouldn't say anything more because everybody understands. Everybody in the chat knows exactly what's going on here. So 75 minutes. Epcot Galaxy Heroes, I'm guessing 90. So I just want to quickly mention that, of course, Tiana's Bayou Adventure no longer has a virtual queue, and there's only two options essentially. It's the standby entrance, but you see all the guests here in line, or the lightning lane where you have a choice to purchase your lightning lane admission. And let's walk underneath the Frontierland train station. I'll check the chat again. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, at Scooter Adventures, you're lucky to see the final show ever. That's right. It's too bad I missed it, Scooter. And Beulah says, they did it at 6 years ago. Oh, I see. I think I understand what Beulah's saying. Debbie Bernfeld says, hello, my dear, at Scooter Adventures. And Kelby, welcome back, Kelby. Kelby says, hi, John. So happy to see you back on. Missed your streams last week. Oh, yeah, Kelby, just a quick update. So I was having technical difficulties, technical issues with my computer. So the PC has been fixed. I was waiting for a part to get shipped in the mail. It has been installed, and we're good to go, back streaming live. So expect me to be streaming live daily at 2 o'clock.
Where did you go? I was like,
And back to the chat. Scooter Adventure says, Galaxy, it was really cool to be there. I really enjoyed it. Oh, Scooter, I missed it. That's too bad. Scooter Adventures, hello, Debbie. Welcome home to Fun to Be Free. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, Guardians is def handling it better than Tiana's. So I believe what Epcot Galaxy Hero is indicating that the ride capacity over at Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind has a higher capacity, therefore the line sometimes doesn't get out of control, even though it still is extremely popular, where Tiana's Bayou Adventure has a little bit of a lower ride capacity here in Frontierland at the Magic Kingdom. And Kelby says, looks like it's officially spring break. So many families there today. Well, as it turns out, Kelby, it's a good to go day here. And so I wouldn't say it's actually crowded. In fact, I'd say it's lower than average attendance today. The good to go day generally means that they essentially have no reservations are required for annual pass holders. So annual pass holders don't actually have to pre-book the reservation on the Disney website. So in other words, all of that is a mouthful for saying, I believe the attendance is actually slightly lower today, but today is the only day this week, and I believe this month, going forward into spring break, that the attendance will be this low, this comfortable, and this nice here at the Magic Kingdom. Beulah says, ha ha ha, you couldn't hurt a flea. Ah, always referring to It's Tough to Be a Bug, of course. Good one, Beulah. And Mikey Gaming Vault says, looks really busy for a Wednesday. Mikey Gaming Vault, as it turns out, I'm at the Magic Kingdom quite often, and I think looks can be deceiving right now. I just came through the Transportation and Ticket Center on the Main Street and then headed up here, and so I got to assure you that the attendance is on the lower side today due to the good to go day, and it just appears to be crowded in the area for Tiana's Bayou Adventure, which I'm actually shocked that it's 75 minutes. I was expecting more like 55 or 60 since it's a good to go day. And Epcot Galaxy Hero says, that's exactly what I mean, John. Yep. So high ride capacity over at Guardians. And Mikey Gaming Vault says, this weekend will probably be busy. You might be right, Mikey Gaming Vault. I'm expecting tomorrow to be the start of the busy period. So every day this week, I think it's going to get more crowded as we essentially head into, you know, the actual spring break. And if you're new to the channel, jump into the live chat. We could chat about anything. Disney history, Magic Kingdom history, Epcot, whatever you want. Well, I know, but you're going, John, you're at the Magic Kingdom. Okay, we have a Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade coming up in just a few minutes here. We got about 9 minutes until the actual parade time. There is the pre-parade going on now. I was looking at the time and I got carried away. I wanted to get out here for the pre-parade, so maybe I should walk a little faster. It's going past us right now, so we might miss it all. Well, that's too bad. Mikey Gaming Vault said, I'm going this weekend, so I'm trying to see if I should buy multi-pass for Magic Kingdom on Saturday. Okay, let's discuss this, Mikey Gaming Vault. So, multi-pass, I think, offers an excellent experience. However, there's just a, upcharge fee. But if you're coming on Saturday, I would say wait till you get here and play it by ear, just based on my personal experience, because Saturdays tend to be a little less crowded because the annual pass holders tend to be blocked out on Saturdays and Sundays. In fact, I'd say the best day of the week generally, if there's no good to go days, is a Sunday. But Saturday might not be that bad. So I'd say wait till you get here. Wait till you get here. What I'm actually doing is I'm replacing my fuel rod. And give me a second. In the meantime, I'll try to point the camera down at the pre-parade, the vehicle. So I plugged in a new fresh fuel rod and I'm actually checking my camera levels here. Hold on a second. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, Epcot has suffered too many changes. Oh, Epcot Galaxy Hero, I would see it differently. John and with Fun to Be Free sees it completely different. I think all the changes are quite good. Everything they've done at Epcot, I do enjoy. I'm actually trying to walk and get a better shot of the pre-parade, the vehicle up ahead. I don't think I'm going to be able to catch it though. Bubbles, we have bubbles in the area. I gotta duck into the shade to check the chat. It's getting too bright. Mikey Gaming Vault says, okay, for sure, Friday I'm doing Epcot, good choice. Of course, get your reservations. I bought Guardians Pass, okay. Saturday, I'm doing Magic, no Lightning Lane at all. And Sunday, I'm going to Hollywood Studios, bought multi-pass, okay. So, Mikey Gaming Vault, if I'm streaming live from your location, come say hi. I'd like to get to meet you, get to know you. Lamons Gray says, hi John, at Fun to Be Free. Welcome back, Lamons Gray. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, the only change I wish didn't happen was Mission Space replacing Horizons. Okay, Epcot Galaxy Hero, we may have talked about this before. I think you were in the chat. You may have not said it or chatted about it. But I agree with you there. The one thing that's a sore spot for me is, of course, Mission Space replacing Horizons. Horizons, all shining and new. Yeah, Beulah says, Bubbles like Bubbles, that's why we named her Bubbles. Bunny, Bubbles, and a Beulah. That's right, Beulah. Okay, I should turn around because we really need to get over to the actual step off. And when I say step off, I'm turning around here on my axis very slowly. And as you can see, the parade route's not too crowded today. The good to go day, it's very nice and comfortable. The attendance is, I'd say, lower than average here at the Magic Kingdom right now. Step off, let me go back to step off. When I say step off, where the parade starts, up by Tiana's Bayou Adventure. That's where I want to head now. because we just have a few minutes until the actual parade starts. And Debbie Bernfeld says, hello, my dear, at Le Mans Gray. Le Mans Gray says, hi, Debbie Bernfeld. Beulah says, she used to be called Ellie. So for Beulah, we're standing outside of the Country Bear Musical Jamboree. There you go, you're getting a look at the attendance here. Like I said, it's not too bad. It's pretty comfortable attendance-wise, crowd levels here. Not too bad at all. I'm actually trying to look for some shade, but most people have already, you know, spotted the shade and occupying it. So there's not too much left. But for everybody's enjoyment, I'll stand out in the sun near Step Off. One of my favorite spots, so we get to see Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade floats just coming out the gate. And then we could chase it, and we could actually, oh, they're gonna say, get off the parade route. So I'll just go like up here. I'll just go right here. I'll go right here, yeah. Hello there. So we're taking a little shortcut off the parade route. Let me take my sunnies off. You can probably hear it clicking around. While we're here, and we just have a few minutes, let me duck into the Pecos Bill Tall Inn and Cafe, and I'm gonna get a drink of water. I'll wet my whistle here in the Wild West, and we'll get back to the live stream. Just hold on a moment. While you're here, I just do want to mention there is a portable charging station here. So since I'm in the area, why don't we just swap one? We still have time to get to the parade, I think. Still have time. There's also a press penny collectible machine here. And there we go. So is that fast? Let me put this in my pocket. We'll get a cup, well, I should say, get a drink of water. And you can enjoy the views of Pecos Bill. Hold on a sec. Okay, let's head back outside. Let me check the chat in just a moment. Micah Gaming Vault said, did you know it's sold out? Single Lightning Lanes might be available the day of. I wanted to get Seven Dwarfs on Saturday, but it's sold out right now. Oh, Micah Gaming Vault, I don't have any information. I don't have, well, what I should say is I don't actually refresh. But if anybody in the chat knows more, have experience about refreshing My Disney Experience app or MDE app, checking on to see if it's sold out or if there's more availability. Is anybody in chat know exactly what Mikey Gaming Vault's indicating? Do you know if sold out single Lightning Lanes might be available the day of? I wanted to get Seven Dwarfs on Saturday, but it's sold out right now. So anybody have any updates or any experience from that? Epcot Galaxy Hero says, I ate at Pecos Bill itself while watching Festival of Fantasy. Yeah, pro tip, you could actually, you know, do two things at once, just like Epcot Galaxy Heroes. And Epcot Galaxy Hero says, not this last trip, but in a trip. So a previous trip probably. Got it. So we are approaching step-off parade time here for Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. Let me get up here and secure our position near the rope, near the crossover, in one of my favorite areas here. Hello there. Would it be okay if I stand here, or would you like to stand like in front of me because I'm going to hold the camera?
Yeah, I think there's one.
Oh, you want me to say?
There's another
Okay, I could come behind you, no problem. Absolutely. So I think the fanfare. Gomer Pyle says, you just have to keep checking back again and again. I have seen them open same day before. Thank you for the tip, Gomer Pyle.
Guests from near and far, welcome to the Magic Kingdom.
kingdom. You are warmly invited to join Mickey Mouse and his Fantasyland friends for a magical celebration in the streets. Dreams will come true, hearts will soar, and you will become a part of the magic. For the time has come to take your places and prepare to welcome the wondrous and wonderful Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade! Special little lady rowing in the rowboat down the street. Though I won't disgusting rider, remember that a tiger, 'cause right down deep inside I've got a tree.
make my way through the crowd. The cast members just took down the white rope. Let's jump on the parade route. We'll catch up. Light speed to indoor. We don't have to do that because here's the rope. Do 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 do. So going back to the chat before the parade started, Beulah says it's time. Gomer Pyle says that was some good timing. Well, don't mind if I do, Gomer Pyle. Thank you so much. Epcot Galaxy Hero says they can open up from time to time, but they do the refills day up. Good advice, Epcot Galaxy Hero. Beulah says the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. My spelling is bad. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, away we go! It's the Festival of Fantasy. Mikey Gaming Vault says, maybe others like swap it for something else. Thank you, Gomer. Reed Gibson says, to support the stream, please hit that like button and subscribe if you have not already done so. It's free to do so. Thank you again, Reed Gibson. I'll read it again because I'm having a hard time reading the chat in the sun. To support the stream, please hit that like button and subscribe if you have not already done so. It's free to do. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, away we go. It's the festival of fantasy. It's the festival of fantasy. Gomer Powell says the last couple trips we did multi-pass lightning lanes, and it's the same thing with those. If you keep refreshing every 5 to 10 minutes, every 5 minutes times will open up as others cancel or adjust their plans. Okay, more good advice, Gomer Powell. Beulah says, why did the auto subtitles think that was the word? Beulah says, fire, woo, from Epcot Galaxy Hero. Beulah says, seems like the float is broken. Yeah, I don't know what happened. We're moving now, though. Beulah says, one of the floats seems to be in repairs because Pinocchio is not on it. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So Beulah's saying the Pinocchio unit is missing. So it's been missing quite a number of times for everybody in the chat. It seems like it's hit or miss, maybe 50-50. It's a coin toss where the Pinocchio unit actually comes out on the parade route for the parade time. Okay, I'm gonna turn the camera to my forward direction of travel. And I'm actually gonna check the chat. We're gonna take a shortcut through Adventureland. Carson says, the Pinocchio float is missing because I believe it has been windy in the past few days, plus the float is more than 15 years old and needs more maintenance than the others. Well, thank you so much for the tip. This is definitely some good information coming from Carson, which I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Thank you for providing that information, Carson. Well, hello there, John with Fun to Be Free. We're in Adventureland right now. I'm actually going to accelerate my walking pace, light speed to Endor. We're attempting to head into the hub so we could witness the majesty of the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade in front of the gorgeous Cinderella Castle. We're just now approaching the Sunshine Tree Terrace. It's one of the points here in Adventureland at the Magic Kingdom. But like I was saying before, it's a good to go day. What I'm suggesting is the attendance is running this time. I think we're going to be able to get up there and see the opening unit in just a few moments here. But I'm going to just change the camera. If If you give me a second and hold on a second. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. As Scooter Adventures and Reed Gibson says, it's free to do so. Beauty and the Beast, the opening unit, is just heading from the hub on the main street, so we'll go check that out. Give me a second to catch up. Beulah says sad. Beulah also says, I need toilets. Yes, that bear needs a toilet. Be right back. Okay, over to our right hand side, going on the main street, is Beauty and the Beast opening unit here for Disney Festival and Fantasy Parade. We're gonna catch up here.
Famers, you can count me with the dreamers. Like everybody else, I've got a dream. Can't you see me with that special little lady? Rowing in a rowboat down the street. Though I walk disgusting blighter, I'm a lover, not a fighter. Cause way down deep inside, I've got a dream.
Is it okay to stand here?
That'd be fun.
Is it okay to be okay? A little overexposed. I love a parade here at the Magic Kingdom in Town Square on Main Street, USA. One of the best parades in the world. In fact, I'm going to say currently is the best parade in the world. The Disney Festival of Fantasy. In just a few moments, I'm going to check the chat. We missed a lot. The chat was rolling. It was hard to see the screen. I occasionally was able to during bits when I was in the shade. But I'm actually going to head over to Curtain Call Collectibles. For those that have previously been with me, I usually hit Curtain Call Collectibles because we need to get some replacement fuel rods to continue bringing this live stream on this gorgeous day here at the Magic Kingdom. I'm going to flip the camera and take a drink of water, and I'll be right with you. Hold on. Do. Here in Town Square, there is a Disney PhotoPass photographer taking these awesome views with, of course, the Roy O. Disney and Minnie Mouse bronze statue with the picturesque background of Cinderella Castle on the opposite side of the Walt and Mickey partner statue in the hub there. Okay, we're slowly going to turn the camera and head over to the Town Square Theater featuring Curtain Call Collectibles. You can actually see and hear the Walt Disney World Railroad coming into the Main Street station. It's a long way to Tipperary. I can't sing. I'll stop singing. I gotta check the chat, but I gotta get out of the sun. The phone screen is so black I could barely see it. And yes, I've turned up all the brightness and fiddled with all the settings and the accessibility. You may have experienced some blackout or dropouts with the actual camera. The main camera that you're viewing on now, I believe, overheated during the parade where we were actually near the firehouse. How ironic, right? Firehouse, heat, fire. Anyways, so I actually had to cycle it, turn it off and on. And I think we got it back because you're viewing your image now from that camera that I do believe overheated. So I'm still working out all the kinks. Today is the hottest day so far that I've streamed with this particular camera setup that I call Frankenstein. I'm here in the shade, so let me start checking the chat while I get ready to replace some fuel rods. Bear with me a moment here. Rob's Mad World says, it's the festival of fun to be free. Yeah. Good one, Rob's Mad World. Mary on the Move said the same thing. Good one, Rob's Mad World. Rob's Mad World said, thanks. And Auntie B, welcome back, Auntie B. Auntie B says, I like that. Festival of fun to be free. So give me just a second here. You can hear the machine behind me, the embroidery machine working away, embroidering Minnie or Mickey ears. So I'm actually doing one swap. That's one machine. Let me grab the other spent fuel rod. Hold on a second. And I'm hitting swap on the opposite one. Meanwhile, I'll come back to machine one, grab the fuel rod. We have a new fuel rod here. Hold on a second. So we're good there. And we have fuel rod number 2 from the opposite machine. Let me grab that. Hold on a second. Gonna put it in my pockets here, and then let's roll. So we're in the Main Street Theater now where you could actually meet Mickey. Let's get back on the Main Street USA. A little hot today, but it's still a gorgeous day outside. Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. And just up ahead here is the table service dining experience, Tony's Town Square Restaurant. But that we're not going to check that out right now. We're going to go back outside on this gorgeous day here at the Magic Kingdom. So I keep saying I got to check the chat. Oh. John Pop 82. Oh, welcome in. John Pop 82 says, go inside the firehouse, the back window of the character wave at you. That's right, I attempted to do that. However, it's just so bright here today in Central Florida that when I attempted to go to the window inside the firehouse, it was so overexposed, meaning it was, when I looked at it through the actual screen on the camera, it was just white. I couldn't even see on the other side. I don't know what the viewers at home were seeing or people in the chat, but I saw white, and I elected to go back outside, stand in the shade in front of the firehouse, right over there. That's where we saw the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. And thank you for the suggestion, John Pop 82. And Uncle Aardvark is back. Welcome back, Uncle Aardvark. Says hello all. Nice to have you here again. John Pop 82 says, my favorite parade, and I agree with you, John Pop 82. He also says, some other time, I bet that was about the window. John Pop 82 says, at 4, can we see the American flag troops parade? Yeah, well, yeah. I didn't check the schedule today, so at 4 o'clock, John Pop 82, I gotta watch the time here. So we only have about, what, 20 minutes? So we'll check that out. We'll check that out, John Pops 82. If this guy, John at Fun to Be Free, is on a tangent, you remind me, pop into the chat. In fact, if you're new to the channel, jump into the live chat. I'd like to get to know you. So that's a great suggestion, John Pop 82. Let me attempt to go around here. Hold on a second. And while we're here, I do like this merchandise location because they have, of course, original footage circa 1971 of the Magic Kingdom. We're not going to stay too long in here, but I always get excited. I get off on tangents, as Rob's Mad World says. Husker Paul is back. Welcome back, Husker Paul. Always glad to have you back. Hi, John and chat. Welcome back, Husker Paul. For everybody viewing live right now, everybody in the chat, Husker Paul is one of my first subscribers. Husker Paul tends to like my animations, especially my intros. So you may have seen the intro for the Magic Kingdom. He says, great OG intro in one of the comments. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Husker Paul. And in fact, all the animations you see are custom. Even that one that I mimicked in the very beginning of the Magic Kingdom intro of, you know, like VHS, when you pop in your old VHS from the 80s. Oh, I didn't rip that off. I made that. So FYI, that's my animation. Just FYI, Husker Paul. Oh, let me go in the store, in the shops, even though we can't go too far here in Erebus Brothers. Because I got to check the chat. It's so bright outside I can't see it. Husker Paul says, thanks for the stream and the tangents. You're welcome, Husker Paul. And woo-ah! New subscriber from Canada, what's up? Well, thank you so much for subscribing, woo-ha. I'm John with Fun to Be Free, and just because you popped in and subscribed, I'll let everybody else know that's new to the channel. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. We're gonna head, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Excuse me. This guy's chatting too much. Hello there. Let me go back outside. Reed Gibson says, hey at Husker Paul, welcome back. Husker Paul with a, looks like a thumbs up. Can't quite see the icon, it's so small on my screen. Reed Gibson says, hey at Woo-Ha, thanks for the sub. And Melania Oliveri, welcome back, Melania. Says, can you shout out my friend Elsa watching from Cali? Well, sure, shout out to Elsa watching from Cali, Melania. And Mary on the Move says, welcome at Woo-Ha. Husker Paul says, I had no doubt you do all your own animations. Yeah, I know, Husker Paul. I know you're fully aware because you've been with me from essentially day one. I don't recall when you actually subscribed, but it was very, very, very early. I don't know what video you subscribed on, but it could have been Pop Century, something like that, going way back. And so for everybody in the chat, there's many, many videos that I've made in the video section on Fun to Be Free. I do like making resort tours, and Husker Paul always enjoyed my resort tours. He always suggested I do more, so I really enjoyed those. And a lot of the times I've been making like special animation for the resort tours, and I'd be thinking, Husker Paul's probably gonna like this. And Reed Gibson says, hello, Melania Oliveri. Just up ahead here is the Main Street Philharmonic. They are performing in front of the hub. Let's go take a look. I'm actually just moseying, taking my time. I should have been expediting this trip up Main Street, but I was checking the chat with, you know, the shade going in and out. Husker Paul says pandemic resort videos. Yeah, that was an interesting time and experience, Husker Paul, as you recall. Here we are. I'll pipe down so you can enjoy the Main Street Philharmonic.
Once again to the Magic Kingdom. We are the Main Street Philharmonic. Right. And that first tune, of course, is from the Princess and the Frog, and it's called Down. Yes,
To a medley of tunes dedicated to our favorite person here in the Magic Kingdom. You all know her as Mary Poppins. The band knows her as practically perfect in every way.
Okay, it's right here. Maybe a little.
Becky Perez, welcome to the channel, Becky Perez. She says, I just recently started watching you and I enjoy your content. You are very informative. Well, thank you so much, Becky Perez.
couple of tunes dedicated to Mary Poppins.
No, you gotta stop right there, Mike.
What's the problem, Jim?
Man, you can't do a medley from Mary Poppins without doing that one song, that quintessential song from Mary Poppins.
Which one is that?
Jimmy, I know the song you're talking about. Hey, Paulie knows. It's a song that's got cauliflower, right? What? Yeah, you know, super cauliflower, wicked halitosis.
Oh, gosh! Nah, get back. No, you're wrong in a stink.
Here's supercalifragilistic.
Expialidocious.
Hey, Joe. summer, we're going to feature the most professional sounding, quite frankly, best looking section in the entire band.
That leaves us out.
The percussion section! Hey, what? Yeah. Back in line, fellas, back in line. All right, we're going to try this again. The percussion section! Everyone, please say hello to Ryan. This is Sean. My name is Mark. We're going to bring a little thunder away with Aladdin's. What's the name of the song?
Prince Ali!
Prince Ali!
Yeah!
Thank you very much, folks. Once again, we are the
Main Street Philharmonic.
It has been our pleasure performing for you. You can catch us at 5 o'clock in Town Square as part of our patriotic flag retreat ceremony. We certainly hope to see you there. Until then, enjoy the rest of your day here at the Magic Kingdom. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you.
All right.
Right here.
They are so talented. So the Main Street Philharmonic, extremely talented. They're gonna go backstage. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Also, don't forget to ring that notification bell. I'm attempting to duck into some shade to check the chat. The chat's been rolling, and I've been neglecting it because I've been enjoying the marching band. We also got to keep an eye on the clock for the next parade coming down the pike here. I'm actually going to head over in this direction, make a U-turn here, if you will. More of a right-hand turn. Okay, I got to go find where we were on the chat. And back to Becky Perez. Hello, Becky Perez. Thank you for subscribing. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Becky Perez says, I just recently started watching you and I enjoy your content. You are very informative. Well, thank you so much, Becky Perez. I appreciate that. And John Pop 82 says, are we going to see the Happily Ever After fireworks show tonight at Magic Kingdom? Well, John Pop 82, as it turns out, I actually have to run. I'm not sure exactly what time I'm going to sign off. The reason why is because I am actually scheduled to be on the Pete McDivitt show tonight at 10:45 p.m. What I was thinking about doing is getting home, you know, taking a shower, resting, relaxing for just a few moments, getting something to eat, getting everything set up. So I don't think today is going to work out for Happily Ever After John Pop 82, but I definitely want to come back for another viewing of Happily Ever After on another day, another video. And Becky Perez, big thumbs up. Reed Gibson says, hey, it's Becky Perez. Becky Perez says hi. John Pop 82 says, love the small graphics / animation on your live show. Looks like a real TV show. Well, thank you so much, John Pop 82. I appreciate that. All the animation and graphics are completely custom, meaning I made them all myself. They are from scratch. So I'm very appreciative that everybody in the chat is enjoying them. Husker Paul says, so true at John Pop 82. Husker Paul also says, animation challenge. Make the Fun to Be Free animation dance with the ambient music. Oh boy, I don't know, Husker Paul. That might be a little too challenging for me. My skill level is not as good as you think it is. What I'm suggesting, hello there. What I'm suggesting is that, you know, I'm learning as I go. When I started this, I think a lot of my graphics and animation were a little rough because I was brand new to the whole game. You know, making videos, making animations, making graphics, making the thumbnails. But I think my skill level has improved a little bit since the very beginning. But yes, but I will definitely take that into consideration, Husker Paul. Animation challenge to make the Fun to Be Free animation dance for the ambient music. That would be cool if I could pull that off. And Dizzy, D-I-Z-Z-Y-Y-Y. Wait, did that sound effect come from the park, LOL? Or is that me just, you know, making funny sound? Oh, Cutstown Comet's back. Welcome back, Cutstown Comet. Cutstown Comet says, hello, Johnny. Haven't been on your stream in a while. Glad to see you over at 1,600 subscribers. Keep it up. Oh, welcome back, Cutstown Comet. I'll always enjoy when you jump in the chat. And yeah, so the subscriber count is going up, and I owe it to everybody in the chat rallying and cheerleading. So just because Cutstown Comet said that, I'll pop this up again. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell. And Danny J says, love the band so much. Thank you for streaming the performance. Ooh, you're welcome, Danny J. Welcome back. John Pop 82 says, my mistake, it is at 5 p.m. with the American flag. Okay, so you're talking about the flag retreat ceremony then, I'm guessing, John Pop 82. So 5 o'clock, I'll try to make it down to the... Yeah, and I'm just thinking out loud. Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade is at 5:10 and we got flag retreat at 5. We'll try to do both today. How about that? We'll try to squeeze in both. And maybe I should duck into some shade here. Maybe over in this direction. Maybe I could get a drink of water too. Oh, we got a backup. Station backup alert. We're waiting. Hold on a second. Okay, since we're in the area, I was thinking about heading over to the Haunted Mansion. Husker Paul says, you do great. Thank you, Husker Paul. I appreciate that. We're now in Liberty Square. Like I said, I think we should head over to the Haunted Mansion. We should at least look at the wait time. Check it out, the standby wait time sign, that is.
You can drive the car.
Oh, we got the Liberty Bell. Steam whistle. So it appears the Haunted Mansion cast members are expecting the line to be back in this area here. They have the actual sign. And Debbie Bernfeld says, I am back. I am so sorry I fell asleep. Oh, Debbie, my content can't be that bad, can it? It has been a long couple of days. I will watch the replay. Oh, and welcome back, Kenneth. He says hello to all. Hold on a second. Let me get another drink of water here. I do believe we have international chat viewers from Denmark and the United Kingdom in the chat today. Thank you for being here. Like I was mentioning, I want to actually head over to the Haunted Mansion and look at the wait time. I'm not quite certain. Oh, steam whistle. Here we go. I'll point the camera over towards the Liberty Bell here in a second. So Liberty Bell is docked, and it appears to be loading or taking on guests. And they're reversing the paddle wheel, it looks like. Probably taking the slack off the rope. Yeah, taking the rope off the cleat on the boat. And then in moments, they'll probably forward motion into the rivers of America. But let's keep pushing on, pushing ahead to the Haunted Mansion standby entrance. I don't know, it's looking pretty long here. I was gonna say it's probably around like 55 minutes or something like that, but let's see what it's posted at. So I think it says 50 minutes. So my assumption was it'd be about 55 minutes, but there you go. 50 minutes, so almost an hour for the Haunted Mansion. We could just go take a quick look though at the exterior elevation, or in other words, the facade of the Haunted Mansion. And I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but the Haunted Mansion is, I'm gonna call it, my all-time favorite attraction of all time. Anybody else in the chat, they also agree that the Haunted Mansion is their favorite attraction of any attraction in any park in the entire world? And there is a Disney PhotoPass photographer that can snap your photos and, you know, making memories, taking pictures is making memories. Love that Sherman Brothers song. Okay, let's head back, reverse our direction. I'm just looking at the time. I'm checking my camera and battery levels. Hold on a second. Oh, Debbie Birdfield says, no, it is not you. You are wonderful, John. I do enjoy it, your energy and fun attitude. Okay, thank you so much, Debbie Birdfield. I was just joshing you. I was having fun. Since we're here, maybe we should go into the Columbia Harbor House and we could check out the menu that consists of chicken sandwiches and seafood. So here's the marquee hanging overhead. And as we enter, of course, I will check the camera. Oh, hello there. I'll check all the camera levels, the battery levels, and we'll try to pop up the menu. Hello there. So I need to take the bat phone out of my pocket to do that. So here's the bat phone, and I'll wirelessly send the video from my phone over to your device at home. If you give me just a moment here. Like I keep saying, I gotta set it up first. I'm trying to duck out of the way. There's a lot of people here. Hold on. Okay. So we're almost there. I'm struggling. Hold on. There is a counter. I could put my phone down for just a moment. Hold on just a second. Okay, so as I do, let's get a look at the overhead menu. And I'm going to, give me a second here. I want to pull up the menu. Columbia Harbor House. Okay, so the graphic on your screen, you're looking at the Columbia Harbor House. We're located in Liberty Square. In just a few moments on the right-hand side, it will pop up. And you may have heard me say, I'm searching for the Columbia Harbor House. So here it is. We're in the Magic Kingdom Park in Liberty Square. They have lunch and dinner, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. It's a quick service dining experience. And if I click on the button that says begin order, we can attempt to mock it up like we're mobile ordering. So the window is now through 4:25 p.m. And they have some featured offerings here, like this one, the maple mustard glazed salmon. And it's this case is $14.79. You can select your side with rice, green beans, French fries. You can even customize your selection with maple mustard glaze included. Let's go back and check another offering. They have the black garlic truffle and Parmesan fries as well. Some additional entrees they have are the lobster roll, maple mustard glazed salmon, like we saw. The trio platter that has a combination of beer battered shrimp, chicken, and beer battered fish, served with French fries and hush puppies. They also have a shrimp salad and a large cart pushing by me. Regular fish platter, a chicken platter. This one has a chicken strip served with French fries, good for the junior explorers. And they have a plant-based offering like the plant-based crispy mushroom roll. They offer additional sides, including New England clam chowder. Is that the red or the white? You know Ace Ventura. You know Ace Ventura. They even have hush puppies. So I go down here they offer the kids Disney check meals like the grilled salmon, the shrimp skewer, the turkey sandwich kids pack, and chicken strips with 2 of them. Even desserts. Let's look at this. Boston cream pie, vanilla cake layered with vanilla cream, chocolate popping candies, and crisp pearls topped with fudge icing and a cherry on top. Okay, cool. They also have the additional beverages like the Coca-Cola beverages. Let me take this graphic off the screen. Give me a second here. And of course, we're looking at the overhead menu. We're magically transported back here to the Columbia Harbor House. I'm disabling the bat phone. Give me a second here. I'm turning off the wireless feature, and I'll be right with you. Now we can explore the rest of this location. Okay, so we were saying if you have mobile order, you can go on the opposite side of the pickup counter, and you can pick up your mobile order offerings over here at window 7 and window 8. So there you go. So I just want to quickly mention, behind me where I was standing reading the menu was this area. This is of course the queue where you enter, and then the cast member will group you to one of currently 2 registered kiosks. And let me check the chat here. Scooter Adventures says, I'm back, John. Had to do some work today. Oh, I understand, Scooter Adventures. You got to keep the lights on. You got to pay the bills. Well, let's continue with a slight tour here. I really adore how each of the rooms, I should say appreciate how each of the rooms tell a different story. In other words, they're themed differently. They're essentially themed to different parts of New England. We should do a whole video in here. So it's like a trailer, if you will. It's just a quick recap of what goes on. But I love walking around in here, and I'm not kidding. When I come to the Magic Kingdom, sometimes all I do is I'll come into the Columbia Harbor House, take a seat, and just enjoy the ambiance, listen to the background music. It's so amazing. We're gonna continue back over here by the register kiosk because we gotta take a look at the rest of all this themed ambiance. If we look overhead, not included. Just pro tip, restrooms on the lower level, and there's restrooms on the upper level. There's multiple staircases. There's 3 staircases that actually are located inside the interior of this quick service dining establishment. But I just wanted to show you all the awesome woodwork, the paneling, and all the details. Like, the cupboard, the sideboard over there. So cool. I believe most of this is very much original and intact. A lot of the items on the wall, my assumption is, has been replaced because they're a little more on the delicate side. But let's go upstairs on one of the 3 staircases because I want to show you all the rest of the theming elements, the objects. They're so cool. I'm not going to spend too much time in here, and I'm not quite sure if we're getting all the reception coming through. There might be some cellular dropouts. I'm monitoring it closely in here. In the event there are cellular dropouts, let me know in the chat and I'll quickly expedite us back outside. And Balabon Channel, hello there, says, hi there, how are you doing today? I'm great, Balabon Channel. We're live streaming from the Magic Kingdom today. We're just quickly taking a quick tour of the Columbia Harbor House here. So this room is my favorite room, for example, themed to a ship, obviously. Everything's nautical themed here. We got music from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Remember with Kirk Douglas? What a great film that is. Let's go downstairs. Like I said, we're just taking a quick look. We're not going to do anything in depth in here today. I just wanted to show you the menu, even though the menu wasn't that quick. We'll go back outside. Let's go into Fantasyland because we haven't been over there yet. Balabon Channel says, hi Debbie, Debbie Burnfield. How are you doing, Debbie, my friend? We're going outside and magically transported back to Fantasyland. I say back to, we didn't actually enter Fantasyland yet. But here you go. To get your bearings, we came from this direction, meaning there's the breezeway here that if we chose to pass through instead of actually going inside the Columbia Harbor House, we would have ended up in this location here. But everybody in the chat knows that. I'm walking back here because I just wanted to show you a reference where we came from and where we popped out of, and then we'll go back into Fantasyland. So there's the Columbia Harbor House, the marquee that we actually went in previously there. And I'm turning around slowly here. And we're gonna go back through the breezeway into Fantasyland. We'll check out some standby wait times. In the meantime, let me check the chat. Disney cast crew member Monique says, hello there, how's it been? All going well. Real quick, Disney cast crew member Monique, if you just joined us, once the live stream concludes, in other words, I'm not gonna stop now, I'm gonna keep pressing forward, but when we get to the end, go back and start the video over, Monique, because we were talking about, of course, the new lounge in Frontierland that replaced an opening day attraction here at the Magic Kingdom, the Frontierland Shooting Arcade. And Beulah says, I am back. Did I miss the Bears? No, Beulah, I didn't see you in the chat, so I thought you left. So I thought, you'll come back, you'll say, is it bear time? And then you'll say, is it getting late? So maybe we'll check out the Bears. I don't know. We're in Fantasyland right now. We could always go back to the Bear Band. I'm sure there's a lot of people in the chat that want to see the Bears. I just wanted to come in and look at the wait times real fast, Beulah. Natasha Ventures, hello, just found you and love your channel. Well, thank you so much, Natasha Ventures. Thank you so much for subscribing. And because of that, let me pop this up. Hold on a second.
I'm winning.
Bubbles, bubbles, we got bubbles in the area. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Balaban Channel says, I love being in the Magic Kingdom in Orlando, Florida. That's right, Balaban Channel. I do too. It's good vibe to be in, bro. And they're so awesome. Yep. And Brandon Graham, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Welcome to the channel, Brandon Graham. Let me keep going here. Natasha Ventures says, hello from East Tennessee. Oh, Natasha Ventures, I've been up to Pigeon Forge to Dollywood. Do you frequent Dollywood often? That is a neat park. So special. Okay, here's Peter Pan's flight at standby entrance of 50 minutes. So 50 minutes for Peter Pan's flight. I'm slowly turning around. I walked past It's a Small World. I neglected that because I was looking at the chat. The chat is very difficult or challenging to see right now in the sun. The phone screen is so dim, I gotta get in the shade to read the actual chat. But It's a Small World standby entrance posted at 35 minutes. 35 minutes right now. Scoot Adventure says, It's free, that's right. Scooter Adventures is saying, of course, subscribe to John at Fun to Be Free. And Anarek says, good morning, Fun to Be Free, the cute Disney. Thank you so much. Well, you're welcome, Anarek. Thank you for joining us here today as we stream live from the Magic Kingdom. And Rukshin is back. Welcome back, Rukshin. I believe the last time Rukshin joined us, we were over at Disney's Art of Animation Resort. He says, hi, John. Did you go on Dumbo yet? No, Rukshin, I did not make it to Dumbo. We can go check out the wait time. However, I do have a request to go see the Country Bear musical Jamboree. That's where I think I'd like to head next. I got to keep my eye on the time, though. Welcome back, Rukshin. And Bobart's back. Hello, Bobart. Wait, hold on. Oh, Bobart says, I'm a new sub. Well, thank you so much, Bobart. Thank you for subscribing. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. I'm having a hard time reading the chat. The sun here in Central Florida is so bright today. I'm standing in the shade now. Maybe I should pause and read the chat. Natasha Venture says, yes, I am a season pass holder to Dollywood Live, right around here. So yeah, real quick, I enjoy Dollywood so much. They do such a good job. If anybody is ever in Tennessee area, I would highly recommend you check out Dollywood. And Rukshin says, okay, Country Bear is great. But thank you again for joining us, Rukshin. That's R-U-C-T-I-O-N, Rukshin. And I'll pop this up again. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And of course, as Scooter Adventure says, and Reed Gibson says, it's free to do so. I'm actually headed towards a drinking fountain over here by the Cinderella Fountain. Hold on just a moment, I'll be right with you. You could enjoy this view for just a moment. I'm actually just trying to get over to Frontierland. Like I said, we have a couple of requests for the flag retreat ceremony from John Pop 82, if I remember correctly. And then we have the 510 Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade, so maybe we could do both. Maybe we could fit the bear band in right now. Let's go see Beulah. I'm walking towards Frontierland. We're approaching Liberty Square right now. You might be in luck. And Scooter Adventures says, I would love to stream from Dollywood someday. Same here, Scooter Adventures. I'd like to hit the road one day. I may have said this before, but maybe keep your fingers crossed. It could get very expensive and very pricey, and maybe I could do it on a budget. Maybe I could actually get on Route 66. Maybe we could go hit Dollywood. I don't know. You just never know what the future holds. I don't know. Maybe Universal Parks, maybe Epic Universe. I don't know. We'll see what it is, what comes to fruition. Boy, it is so bright. You've heard me say this all the time today. It is so bright today. I previously mentioned during the parade, the camera that you're viewing on right now actually shut down. It just turned off. And I suspicion is because it overheated. So I removed the charging cable and I've been closely monitoring it. The screen went black. I switched to my other camera, the opposite camera, but you probably saw it go black on off, and then I got it back. It powered back on. So it's a little on the warm side today, but it's still a beautiful day here in Central Florida at the Magic Kingdom.
Okay? Stay right here, you're good.
Natasha Venture says, Scooter, definitely worth checking out. Much smaller than Disney, obviously, but still a charming park. Yes, I would absolutely agree with Natasha Adventures. Disney cast crew member Monique, I meant to bop that like, tapping the likes in the sub if new. That's right, Monique. Natasha Adventures says, Scoot Adventures and a vlogger here in the area, and unfortunately service for live streaming in this whole area is not very good. Oh, that's a pro tip. Okay, thank you, Natasha Adventures. So it might not actually be a live video then, it might be an actual video. But nevertheless, it'd still be a fun time to get out to Dollywood. And Jungle Juice. Jungle Juice says, man, you're pounding us with ads. Oh, Jungle Juice, I don't know if I have any control over that. I set it on like the lowest setting for ads, and I believe YouTube takes care of the rest. Like I said, I don't think I have much control. I apologize for that. I don't know what's coming out, what you're seeing on the ads. And Monique saying, are you enjoying the weather? Yeah, I love living in Central Florida. It's just today is a little on the warm side. Oh, we got Big Al. He's meeting and greeting in the area. Maybe we could go say hi. Natasha Venture says, it's difficult to even hold a live in the area. And Gatlinburg, I would love to do also. Let me try to get the front of Big Al here. And then we got to get over to the Bear Band with Zeke and Zed and Ted and Fred. Hello there. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead. I'm sorry. So just a quick say hi to Big Al here. And then let's go check the wait time for the Bear Band. And as we walk past this area here, McKim's Mile House, that's the reason for the video today. If you missed it, if you just joined us, once the live stream concludes, it's not ending now, but once it concludes, go back to the beginning of the video and we'll talk about all the news with McKim's Mile House, the new lounge that replaced an opening day attraction here in Frontierland. But let's keep moving ahead. In just a few moments, we will be approaching the Country Bear Musical Jamboree. And I think we might be in luck, Beulah. I think they might just let us in. I don't see a rope. I think we're getting close to showtime because the minutes to showtime clock is actually blank. So here we go. We're in the door. Scooter Adventure says, my phone overheats on streams sometimes too, but gives me an option to cut down the heat with some presets before the phone dies. Yeah. Right, Scooter Adventures. Oh, Beulah, Big Al. And Monique says, we're strolling along, baby. Okay, what I need to do now is take this opportunity to actually change my fuel rod out. In other words, one of my fuel rods has been depleted. Let me replace it here. Let me check the camera levels. Hold on. So we're good. We got all my various devices charging. Brandon Graham says, it's the Country Bear Musical Jamboree. That's right, Brandon Graham. Monique says, yes, that's right, Brandon. Oh, Captain Mickey Mouse is back. Welcome back, Captain Mickey Mouse. Yes, to find time to showtime, you have to ask cast member. Are you referring to the flag retreat ceremony or the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade or possibly the Country Bear? Let me keep looking here. Oh, Beulah, time for some bear fun and chill mode. That's right, Beulah. It's nice in the AC, that's for certain. Monique says, hi, Captain Mickey Mouse. We're gonna find if there's, room for us here. I'm sure we can find AC. Oh yeah, it's not looking too bad here.
Hey fellas, the show's about to start.
Is it okay if I go all the way up there? Okay.
To the day the sons of his time. Where else would they get stuck? We don't have bodies.
So we're swinging around the horn, but thank you again. Thank you for making the magic. Okay, we're gonna sit off to the side, try not to disturb everybody.
Sure does. You can almost smell the excitement in the air. Oh, I think that's the churro I had earlier. Oops. Excuse me.
Looks like the gang's just about ready. So now's the time we remind you there's no eating,
Drinking or smoking allowed in the theater.
and you can take all the photos and video you'd like. Just please, no flash photography or video lighting. We've already got Rufus on spotlight.
Do we? Rufus, wake up! Oh. Over here. Sorry.
Okay, everybody, now we're ready to start. Give us a little intro there, Gomer. Howdy, folks. Welcome to the one and only original country band musical Jamboree, featuring a wild and woolly assortment of grizzled old grizzlies singing a little country, a little western, and a whole lot of everything in between. So get those paws tapping and those claws clapping for five bears who need no introduction, but I'll give them one anyway. Let's hear it for the Five Bear Rocks! Hit it, boys! Hive full of honey. It's our very own Trixie and the talented trio, Bunny, Bubbles, and Beulah. Or is it Beulah, Bunny, and Bubbles? Well, any way you count it, they're triple the fun. Okay, boys, now why don't we try something a little different? How about a love song, man?
You see her sit there across the way. She don't got a lot to say, but there's something about her, and you don't know why. You're bound to try, you wanna kiss the girl.
Fish? You're making me hungry.
Not me, I'm stuffed.
Okay now, our next performer used to play with the Mineral Kings, but he's here now. A furry firestorm of fiddling Floridian fury. Take it away, Ernest. I'm scared of swings.
As soon as I find a ladder, I'll be right up.
Surprised you to learn that our next performer is still an eligible bachelor.
Is it the clumpy way he walks?
Or the grumpy way he talks? Or the pear-shaped, square-shaped weirdness of his feet?
And though we know he washes well,
He always ends up sort of smelly.
But you'll never meet a fella who's as sensitive as sweet. Everyone's been a picture of her, that's what it's all about.
Father, we can see each other.
Raise us up and round us out. Everyone's been a picture of her, when push comes to shove. The only picture of her is that this picture of her is true. True, 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 true. Love. Remember me. Oh, I had to say goodbye. Remember me. Just don't let it make you cry. Too sad, I can't go home.
Poor guy. Poor curtains. Well, folks, I'd say that's a rendition we'll remember for a long time. Now, how about we do one of my favorites? You've got a friend in me.
You got a friend in me.
Hi, Sammy. You've got problems.
I got it too.
There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, we can see it through, 'cause you've got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me.
Oh, say, Henry, why don't we invite all our friends out there to join us for the finale?
Great idea, Sammy. Hey, gang, hit it! Okay, well, that's enough.
You already had your chance.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, Henry, get the hook. Forget the hook. Get a bear trap. Rufus the curtain.
Remember.
Well, folks, this concludes our show. As you can see, we're still barely keeping it together. Now gather up all your bare necessities and exit out the doors on your way. What do you say, Sammy?
I say, y'all come back.
Bum, 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 bum. Wait, please. One last look, Beulah. And we'll check the chat here. The chat was rolling. I can't keep up with the chat. Let me go back. So going back to Captain Mickey Mouse was saying, yes, find time to Showtime. You have to ask cast member. I believe it was referring to the square dancing in front of the bear band. Beulah says, time for some bear fun and chill mode. And Monique says, hi, Captain Mickey Mouse. Captain Mickey Mouse says, for country bears, you're going to miss the hoedown if you do the bears. So yeah, he was talking about the hoedown. We may have missed it. I'm not certain what the time is. Beulah says it's Showtime, referring to the bear band. Ruckshin's back with popcorn. Monique says, popcorn, I have them. Russian says, this song always reminds me of Zootopia. And Monique says, I heard it's allergy season. Captain Mickey Mouse says, hello, Monique. And Darkwing Duck, DJ Knight says, hi, Monique. Monique says, hi, DJ. And DJ Knight, Darkwing Duck says, Denise Richards, man, that bear can play. Sure can. Darkwing Duck says, woot, W-O-O-O-O-T. Monique, yes. Darkwing Duck says, giving Monique popcorn with a popcorn icon. Monique says, yum. Scoot Adventure says, fixer-upper. Scoot Adventures also says, gotta love Big Al. That's right, Scoot Adventures. Who doesn't love Big Al? What a character. Darkwing Duck says, poor Big Al. And Ruckshin, he has crying out of his eyes, emoji icon. Scoot Adventure says, he's a legend. Captain Mickey Mouse says, you've got a friend in me. Let me sing it right. You've got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me. Darkwing Duck says, buff Buzz Lightyear. LOL. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, may we able to catch some of the hoedown after this? Yeah, I don't see it back there. I just don't see it, Captain Mickey Mouse. We can take a look while I'm here. I don't see it. I don't hear any of the hoedown in front of the bear band. DJ Knight has emoji icons of looks like Max, Buff, and Melvin. Beulah says, as you can see, we are all one big happy family also. We have just found out that Bunny, Bubbles, and Beulah run on hydrations. Mickey Gaming Vault says, what show is this? It's the Country Bear Musical Jamboree. It's the Country Bear Musical Jamboree. Yeah. Beulah says, well, it's time for my hibernation. Goodbye. Thank you for joining us, Beulah. As everybody knows, Beulah is from the United Kingdom, and it's quite late there. Ruckshin has music tones, lyrics with hand clapping. Monique says, bubbles, 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 Scoot Adventures. Thanks for the bears, John. Hope they never make it a DVC Lounge too. Oh, that's funny, Scoot Adventures. Hopefully they'll never make it a DVC Lounge. Okay, I'm here. I'm gonna get a drink of water and Pecos Bill. Hold on. So I'll revisit that chat in just a moment. Hold on. Let me get my fuel rod, and we're over here at the portable charger station. We're gonna hit swap. Give me a second here. I'm carrying 3 fuel rods on my person right now. There's that one that just popped out. So we're looking good. Hold on a second, let me grab it. There's also the press penny machine here. Let me put the fuel rods back in my pocket. And we're gonna go back outside. I'm debating on which way we should go, but maybe we should go this direction. We haven't walked through Caribbean Plaza yet, past the Pirates of the Caribbean, so let's go do that. I'm gonna go back to Scoot Adventures chat. I gotta find it though, the chat's jumping around. Hold on. Scoot Adventure says, thanks for the bears, John. Hope they never make that a DVC Lounge too. Scoot Adventures is referring to that the new lounge, the McKim Mile House, the DVC Lounge, replaced an opening day attraction here. And that's the reason for our video today. Once the live stream concludes, go back, start the video over. We'll talk all about it, how the DVC Lounge replaced an opening day attraction. Captain Mickey Mouse says, Country Bear Jamboree. Beulah says musical. Beulah also says he means Country Bear Musical Jamboree. Captain Mickey Mouse says John the Hoedown is outside of the theater. Yeah, Captain Mickey Mouse, I didn't see it going on. What time does it play? I'm actually trying to get over to Town Square. We're gonna go try to do the flag retreat ceremony today. And then we'll also catch the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade. Trying to do both. So that's a action-packed Pee-wee day to do all three of those, even if the Hoedown was playing right now. Monique says he knew, and DJ Knight again has icons of Max, Buff, and Melvin. He always says Captain Mickey Mouse says 4:30, so it looks like we missed the Hoedown, Captain Mickey Mouse. He also says you want to wait for Adventure Friends Cavalcade at 5:15. You see, yeah, I want to catch it. I want to be here for the Adventure Friends Cavalcade. And Beulah says hydraulics. Sorry for that autocorrect before. Yeah, I assumed Beulah meant hydraulics going back to Bunnies, Bubbles, and Beulah. And Diana Buenavides says Bare Necessities, written by Terry Gilkson, whose daughter Eliza Gilkson is a musician here in Austin. Well, that's fun. I should look that up, Diana. So I just have to remember, once I end the live stream, I gotta look up, of course, Terry Gilkson and the daughter Eliza Gilkson. Okay. And then Monique says, hi, Diana, welcome in. Captain Mickey Mouse says, show. Hold on, the chat jumped. We got too many chats. Hold on, I gotta find it again. Show the new Big Thunder Mountain Railroad tracks if you can. Oh, Captain Mickey Mouse, we'd have to ride Liberty Bell. I would love to ride the Liberty Bell, but we have to do, next up, we have to do, of course, the Flag Retreat, followed by Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade, and you never know, maybe we'll check out the Liberty Bell and check out the tracks on Big Thunder Mountain Rehab. Scooter Adventure says, I always get those copyright marks when streaming the Bear Show. Oh yeah, Scooter, real quick. So mine's inconsistent. It almost seems like wherever I sit in the theater, it's yes and no. It's on and off. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. So I think it has to do with the echo. So the music is copyrighted, but it just echoes funny in the theater based on the location or proximity where you're seated. That's just my opinion and speculation. The Pirates of the Caribbean standby entrance here. Wait time is 30 minutes. So there you go, 30 minutes. 30 minutes, I'd say, for, you know, a lower attendance day for a good to go day here at the Magic Kingdom. That seems a little bit high for today, but Pirates of the Caribbean is popular, as everybody in the chat is aware. And Monique says, keep up the likes, and those whom are new and joining along with us, subscribe. It's all free to do so. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Monique. Just because you said that, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget to ring that notification bell. I'll say again, Disney cast crew member Monique says, keep up with the likes, and all those whom are new and joining along with us, subscribe. It's all free to do so. Thank you again, Monique. And Diana Buenavides says, at Disney cast crew member Monique, hello there. Oh, Tiki Man Fan is back. I like it when Tiki Man Fan comes back. Says, hello, John. That's Good Adventures, Monique. All right. I always like it when Tiki Man Fan is here. And Darkwing Duck says, hugs, Monique. And Disney cast crew member Monique says, how's it coming along? Our Tiki, our pals, notice things going along for Big Thunder Mountain. Any news yet? Oh, I don't have any updates on the Big Thunder. If I hear something, then we'll do a video on Big Thunder updates. But Tiki Man Fan says, nope. And Disney cast crew member Monique says, oh, so should we wait until later? Scoot Adventure says, hey Tiki, good to see you here today. Likewise, I agree, Scoot Adventures. You're watching live streaming coverage from the Magic Kingdom here at the Walt Disney World Resort, the most magical place on Earth. And Disney cast crew member Monique says, pleasure. It seems like the attendance has picked up, I wouldn't say drastically, but a little bit. My experience coming through the Transportation and Ticket Center, or the TTC, as you know, I always say Disney loves their acronyms. It was very comfortable, very pleasurable experience. In fact, it was me and essentially one other person on the monorail, not the whole train, but the vehicle, the cabin that I was in. So very, very neat coming in to the TTC today. Scoot Adventure says, I agree, Monique, for the likes and subscribes. John's streams are top notch at 2 p.m. daily. Thank you again, Scoot Adventures and Monique, for giving me the shout outs. Thank you for cheerleading and rallying for me. Thank you again. And Captain Mickey Mouse says, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad has new tracks installed, John. They are moving the bridge area for Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. Okay, well, Captain Mickey Mouse will attempt to get out and load on the Liberty Bell. However, I just don't know Will the Liberty Bell still be accepting passengers after Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade? Are we going to just happen to miss, you know, the actual boat, the load area, the window? And is that the last trip? I'm not certain when the last trip will be today. Anybody know more, including Captain Mickey Mouse, on the last trip on the Liberty Bell? So we're in Adventureland. I'm trying to head down to Town Square for the flag retreat ceremony. John Pop 82 requested that earlier. That's where we're headed next. Disney cast crew member Monique says, ooh, now we have something understood, then all perfectly well.
Never really paid my
Oh, we're coming up to the Sunshine Tree Terrace pinch point, as I call it. Not too bad now, since it is a good to-go day, and I still say the attendance is on the lower side. In other words, I'd say lower than average. I would expect the attendance to actually uptick tomorrow, since it's not a good to-go day, and we're approaching, literally, coming into spring break. You know, the heart of spring break season here. Diana Buenavida says, hi, Tiki Man fan. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, yes, Liberty Bell ends at 6 o'clock p.m., I think. Okay, good to know. Thank you for that pro tip, Captain Mickey Mouse. Disney cast crew member Monique says, I can look for more on it. Maybe I'll see. I think we got it. I think we got it. And Monique says, I can look for more on it. Maybe I'll see. Okay, maybe a repeat there. And if you're new to the channel, jump into the live chat. I'd like to get to know you. We could talk about all things Disney. Tiki Man fan says, hi, nice to meet you. At Diana Buenavides. And go up here. I'm really moseying, taking my time. I'm trying to time it to get down to Town Square. We're going to arrive early if the flag retreat ceremony is at 5 o'clock. I've never actually got down there. Usually we're watching the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade from Step Off over by Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Because as everybody knows, I loves me some Disney Adventure Friend Cavalcades. Vamos, vamos. I'm checking my battery levels. Hold on a second. Let me see here. Got to keep these cameras powered up. So far, we're looking good today. Looking real good. I'm thinking we should actually take a shortcut through the Main Street shops here on the west side. It's got air conditioning for myself. I know everybody can't experience what I'm experiencing in person with AC, but it's a little on the warmer side today. I think a high I saw was going to be 84 degrees here in Orlando. In the meantime, there is a Coca-Cola Corner Pianist playing that we can check out, and then I'll try to book it down to, of course, Town Square for the flag retreat ceremony. He's checking his watch, clock, his timepiece, his pocket watch. Okay, we're gonna pull back. I'll slowly turn the camera. We're gonna walk through the Main Street shops, and then we're gonna get into some air conditioning. I'll check the chat here. Pow! Air conditioning just hit me. Captain Mickey Mouse says 7 p.m. last trip, I believe Captain Mickey Mouse just looked up the last trip for Liberty Bell this evening. Scoot Adventure says, gonna step out for a bit, John, and everyone gotta leave work, get home to edit some footage from Tough to Be a Bug Day Sunday. Rejoin your stream while I edit. All right, we'll see you then, Scooter. Disney cast crew member Monique says, okay, that's the right info. Thanks, Captain Sir Mickey Mouse, very good. Monique also says, sure, Captain. I mean, we got the chat rolling. I gotta go back. It's jumping, it's skipping. Monique says, sure, Scooter. There you go. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, yes, 7 p.m. last trip. Google says the attraction closes at 7 p.m. for the Liberty Bell. Ruction says 84 plus humidity. Yeah, Ruction, it's not too bad. We're not even into the summertime. This is spring. So 84, it's the warmest day of this year for this season so far. As I was saying, one of my cameras actually shut down, I do believe, because it overheated. And Diana Buenavide says, okay, Scooter Adventures. Captain Mickey Mouse says, Jeremy on piano. Jeremy is very talented, Captain Mickey Mouse. Good call, Captain Mickey Mouse. Erection says, ask Jeremy if he could play Great Balls of Fire. Oh, that'd be a good one. You know? I don't know. It's probably one of those, you know, times when he needs to go right in and they'll do something fast and then he'll get out. Oh, well, that's a good one. Great Balls of Fire. Monique says he's the best. Tiki Man Fan says Jeremy. Disney cast crew member Monique also says, I've been playing piano for 12 years, I believe. Well, you must be very talented, Monique. Captain Mickey Mouse also says, at Ruction, Jeremy doesn't take requests. Grayson does usually, but not him or Neil, I think. So there's some more pro tips. But yes, Grayson ends up taking requests that we've experienced. So apparently Jeremy and Neil don't do it as much. Diana Buenavide says, super cool to have Monique, a cast member on the chat. Hold on. Let's see, the chat is rolling. Lots of chats. It keeps jumping. I gotta go find the place. Hold on. Captain Mickey Mouse says, Jeremy doesn't take requests, I think. Disney cast crew member Monique says, ooh, blushing mode. What's happening, Diana? What happened? Yikes. Tiki Man Fez says, do the right thing. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, Liberty Bell is open until 7 p.m. for last voyage of the night. Okay, thank you again, Captain Mickey Mouse. We'll try to make it over there. Real quick, Captain Mickey Mouse, like I always say, I got to keep these cameras powered, and sometimes, no matter if they're charged all day, they just tend to shut down. So, you know, I'll do my best to get to the Liberty Bell. Ruction says, bummer. Either way, he's rocking. And Monique says, who else was a piano player that can anyone else play an instrument? Who else plays the violin or tuba? Oh, I'm not that talented, Monique. Diana Buenavide says, I play guitar and a mean tambourine, LOL. What about a cowbell, Diana? I need more cowbell. Monique says, okay. Now we're back out in the sun and it's impossible for me to read the chat. Hold on. Captain Mickey Mouse says, he was so sweet not blocking your camera. Aw. Elizabeth says, hello from Sweden. Oh, welcome back, Elizabeth. Thank you for joining us here on this beautiful day at the Magic Kingdom. And Monique says, so we have some music majors, perhaps, right?
We'll see. We'll find.
Hold on, chat's jumping and I'm in the sun. Hold on, I gotta get a drink of water. I gotta get back to the shade. Okay. Of course, you can hear the Walt Disney World Railroad. We're approaching the flag retreat ceremony time. I'm looking at the position of the sun. Maybe I'll walk back over in this direction. Here we go. I think they're just getting about a prep set up, ready to go. Is it okay if I stand over here? Okay, thank you. Thank you for making the magic.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are the Dapper Dans. And on behalf of the Main Street Philharmonic, our Magic Kingdom Security Color Guard, and Main Street Operations, we are pleased and proud to welcome you to today's flag retreat ceremony here in Town Square. Our flag retreat ceremony is one of our original Magic Kingdom traditions, and we are honored you have taken time out of your day to become part of this tradition with us.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now our national anthem. Please join us in singing God Bless America.
God bless America. Let our love stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountain to the prairie to the ocean, when we fall, God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America. God bless America. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Touching.
Today we have the privilege of being joined by a very special Armed Forces Honored Representative. Please join us in welcoming today's Armed Forces Honored Representative, Army Sergeant E5, Juan Sierra from Puerto Rico. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for joining us for today's flag retreat ceremony. And please enjoy the rest of your day here in the Magic Kingdom.
Very special. Every time I witness this, it's just very touching. Very special moment. Okay, they want us off the street because we got a Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade coming. I guess my plan is simply get to the hub and we'll try to get there when the parade unit's, the opening unit gets there as well. I'll check the chat here in a moment after the band proceeds north. Thank you for your service. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Disney cast crew member Monique says, Lisbeth, hello, welcome in, nice to see you. Monique also says, we have just arrived towards 80 likes. Wow, good job, pals. Awesome. Thank you for cheerleading and rallying, Monique. Appreciate that. Captain Mickey Mouse says, you have 2 minutes to make flag retreat. Okay, so we got that. We'll make it all good. Birdie, welcome back, Birdie. Says, John, so happy you're back to streaming. I'm very happy to be back, Birdie. We're experiencing some technical difficulties, but I hope that has been all resolved. And Monique also says, Birdie, welcome aboard. I'm all excited and glad you're here. Birdie says, hello, everyone. Diana's back, says, hi at Birdie. Scoot Adventure says, I am still here, I guess. Yes, you're talented, John, and created Frankenstein. I met Frankenstein in Adventureland that day we met. Haha, great contraption, buddy. Scoot Adventure's referring to, I'll use the glass as a reflection. So this camera rig that I'm holding, you can somewhat see it in the glass. That's what Scoot Adventures is referring to, my Frankenstein camera rig. There might be a mirror inside, but I need to get it out to the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade. I was looking to see if they have a quick mirror so you could see Frankenstein, but you know, this place is under rehab, under construction, so I don't see the mirrors in the location. So we'll keep going to the hub. So Monique also says, I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Darkwing Duck says, yep. And he also says, nice, Monique. Monique says, thanks. Patriotism_USA just subscribed. Well, welcome to the channel, Patriotism USA. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you. I'm running out of shade. Maybe I should stay in the shade while I check the chat. Isn't it ironic? Patriotism USA was here and he saw the flag retreat ceremony. Excellent. Monique says, hi, Patriotism. Patriotism USA says, hi, Monique. Have to support other channels. Mary on the Move is back, says, welcome to all the new peeps today. Birdie says, hey, Diana. And Monique says, to all that come to this happy place, welcome. Disney World is your world. The magic is calling you, so no matter what age you are, you're a part of the magic as we celebrate you and your loved ones. Thank you, Monique. Diana says, digging those drums, let's march in place, everyone. John Pop 82, thank you. Well, thank you for being here again, John Pop 82. Thank you for the suggestion. It's just difficult to get down to flag retreat ceremony, but I think I need to do that daily from now on. So John Pop 82, in the future, if you know time's ticking and I'm going, hey, where am I at Magic Kingdom? What should we do? And you'll pop in and say, flag retreat, John, flag retreat, and I'll go, yes, sir. We got to get down to the flag retreat because it's a very touching moment. I do enjoy flag retreat ceremony. And let's see, Auntie B's back in the chat. Auntie B says, another job well done. Well, thank you so much, Auntie B. We're now in the hub. I'm checking the time. So it appears that the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade has just started over by Tiana's Bayou Adventure. So maybe we'll head up towards Liberty Square and see what it's looking like on the parade route. In the meantime, let's just take a quick look at the picturesque background of Cinderella Castle with its glimmering spires here in the hub. Take a quick look, and we get to go visit the Walt and Mickey partner statue as well. Let's do that now. So this area is not congested yet. It's not chaotic, but I imagine once Disney Adventure Friends comes down and the parade audio starts, we're going to see more and more guests start to filter into the hub in front of the castle here. I'll pause here for just a moment and pipe down. What a great view. Okay, let's proceed into Liberty Square. Let's take a look at the attendance, what it's looking like on the parade route for the cavalcade. Diana Buenavide says, at Disney cast crew member Monique, beautifully stated. Monique also says, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, pals near and far, of your experiences, the great as Magic Kingdom itself. Well, looks like you're, of course, in the right spot. Mickey and Minnie are happy to see you. And we're gonna get the opportunity to see various characters here in the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade. I still hear the actual audio from Main Street, but as we continue into Liberty Square, I can only imagine we're gonna start hearing some parade audio coming very soon and shortly. You're watching live streaming coverage from the Magic Kingdom here at the Walt Disney World Resort, the most magical place on earth. And Diana says, look straight at my TV, John. Well, thank you for the update. 1080p, streaming in 1080p quality, full HD. Oh, wait, oh, there's the, opening units up here, and Stepsisters. We got to get off the route. Vamos! Vamos! Monique says, as we journey along Magic Kingdom, your paths will cross paths as each journey begins. Here comes the moment you've waited for. Time to party and celebrate. Follow along with us. Vamos! Vamos! hello there. As I always say, I love a Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade, and thank you for joining me here on this live stream on this beautiful day from the Magic Kingdom out in Main Street, USA in Town Square. Yes, yes, yes. So Captain Mickey Mouse, let me get a fuel rod, and maybe we'll go head over to Liberty Bell, take a cycle on it, go and circumnavigate the rivers of America, check out the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad track replacement rehab. I'm gonna switch cameras, I'm gonna get a drink of water, we're gonna head to Curtain Call Collectibles, and we'll head back to Liberty Square. Stay tuned. It's a long way to Temporary. So like I said before, we are in Town Square. We're headed to Curtain Call Collectibles. They have 2 fuel rod stations there, so I could get multiple at once. But I think I only need to get just one. I want to make sure I have enough for the Liberty Bell. My cameras are in the red zone, so I want to keep them powered at all times. If they go below 20%, they get flaky and they could just shut off. So again, got to keep them powered. There's actually another drinking fountain up here, but while we're in the area, it appears on the upper level of Main Street Station, they have removed the scrim. So it looks like phase 1 has wrapped up in the rehab, and phase 2 is just left remaining. So good news there. I could only imagine that this is gonna be unveiled as soon as we get into the heavy attendance days for spring break here at the Walt Disney World Resort. But there, I got my little sip of water. Hold on. We're gonna point over here to Curtain Call Collectibles front door. And I pause because I gotta look at the steps. I'm gonna take off my sunglasses. You're gonna hear them click around. I'll try not to hit. Oh, hello there. Go ahead, please, please. Try not to get my sunglasses making contact with my microphone. And I'm gonna dig around in my pockets for my spent fuel rod. Hold on. Not a happy camper, but if you're at the Magic Kingdom, I can only imagine that it puts most people in good moods. So there we go. You can look at this while I get a fuel rod. Hold on a second, I'm gonna hit swap. Hitting swap. Bingo! Bingo bango, sugar in the gas tank. Ex-boyfriend strikes again. We got success. We got 4 green LEDs on our fuel rod. I'm gonna pop it in my pocket here. I'll get out of the Disney Photo Pass photographer area with the memory maker consoles, the machines, the touch screens. We're gonna go back outside to Town Square, and the sun will be probably pointed right in the camera lens. Let me get out of the sun here. Maybe we'll head through the Main Street shops again. I don't know. It's a little on the warmer side today. I'm trying to actually keep the cameras out of the sun as much as possible today. Because like I said, the camera that you're viewing on right now, it actually shut down during Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. And I had to cycle to the other backup camera, if you will, and get it back online, and the screen went black and it toggled back and forth. So I'm trying to avoid that. But this camera is hot, and it's getting, you know, a little down to the 23% zone, which is not that good. Trying to keep it juiced up. We are now in the Main Street Confectionery. They offer mobile order at this location. It's a little challenging to see at the moment, but they have delicious morsels of desserts here just on the other side of this curved glass. Delicious. Well, let's press ahead. Let's get out to the Liberty Bell to see what time. They probably just loaded right now, is my guess. 5:31 Eastern. So they're probably loading guests right now, ready to, of course, circumnavigate the rivers of America. Take some views inside the interior of this merchandise location here on Main Street, USA. Uptown Jewelers. Let me swing the camera slowly. Let's get back outside. And we'll cut across the street to more shade. Oh, we got balloons. Balloons. Outdoor vending balloons. Okay, we're headed now into the Emporium. Trying to keep the cameras cool. Scooter Adventures back in the chat says, love it, Monique. And if you're lurking in the chat, jump into the live chat, especially if you're brand new to the channel. Disney cast crew member Monique says, yep. Okay, quick update here as we pass. So these construction walls here at this indoor merchandise location on Main Street, this is phase 2 going on right now, phase 2. Phase 1, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. You're fine, no worries. Have a great day. So I wanted to point down here, all the flooring is brand new. It appears to be like a faux marble type material flooring, but I'm sure it's more of a porcelain type tile, you know, used for wear and tear. Marble is probably too brittle for the amount of foot traffic that comes through here. But they removed the shelving units. I don't know if these are permanent. My guess is no. I'm assuming once the phase 2 wraps up, they'll come back and bring in the permanent new shelving units in here, and they'll probably be all nice hardwood. They'll probably match something like this over here. I do believe this is all brand new right here, especially the wallpaper and the wainscoting and the molding as well. But quickly, what I was saying is this area for improved guest flow here in this interior merchandise location, and you can see the tile ribbon. This is all new here, which transitioned to this flooring, which is new, but this was the existing over here. So my opinion, speculation is this will be replaced and it'll probably match this right here. So it'll be ribbon and then this type of tile, porcelain tile material. It seems like a lot of the flooring of choice here at the Walt Disney World Resort in high traffic areas that are not resort hotels or more theme parks, especially restrooms, they're going with more tile, more porcelain tile options like this. In other words, it mimics wood plank. But I think it's a great look. And here's another quick example of the wainscoting on the column, the pillar, with the tall base molding, grayish in color. It's a very good look. And here's what I believe that the whole shelving units will look like. They'll probably be down this aisle here, creating 2 aisles of passageway, so you can split, you know, right and left traffic. On America, we drive on the right. So let's continue to Casey's Corner. Likewise, I believe all this shelving, all this woodwork is all brand new in here, along with the floor again. But this was existing here in Casey's. And the attendance is on the lower side today. Usually they have cast member, of course. This is an exit only, but it appears you could actually travel in both directions today due to the lower crowd levels. Let me check the chat while we're in the shade, though. Rob's Mad World is back. Rob's Mad World says, what's your favorite candy at the Magic Kingdom? Well, Rob's Mad World, as it turns out, I really don't eat that much candy, but I gotta tell you, I do enjoy chocolate. Now, being from Southern California, I really like See's Candy. It's spelled S-E-E apostrophe S, I believe, See's Candies. I really enjoy See's Candies. But I do say that the limited times I did have candy over at the Disneyland Resort, because everybody in the chat is well aware that I worked at the Disneyland Resort for over 2 decades, and that candy of choice, if you will, was chocolate-covered peanuts, and they made them fresh at the candy shop there. But I actually haven't partaken in much candy here at the Magic Kingdom, Rob's Mad World. And Annie Marty Agenti Viva Orlando says, hello, well, welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for subscribing. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you, nice to have you here. Disney cast crew member Monique says, hi, Rob. And Disney cast crew member Monique also says, hi, Annie. Captain Mickey Mouse says, I thought from the Cavalcade you were going to the Liberty Bell. I am. Hold your horses, Captain Mickey Mouse. We got to get to the Liberty Square and then we'll go check out the Liberty Bell. That's where we're headed next, Captain Mickey Mouse. Epcot Galaxy Heroes back says, I'm back. Allow myself to introduce myself. Epcot Galaxy Heroes says, for a short time, I'm back. Well, thank you for coming back for a short time, Epcot Galaxy Hero. It's always nice to have you here. So if you just joined us, Epcot Galaxy Hero was actually in the parks with, I believe, his father, and he challenged Star-Lord over at Guardians to a dance-off, and he said he lost. He couldn't keep up. Rob's Mad World says the chocolate-covered raisin at Seas is delicious. Oh, I agree, Rob Mad World. Everything at Seas is awesome. Epcot Galaxy Hero says, hey, Captain Mickey Mouse, it's me. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Also, don't forget to ring that notification bell. So while we're here, I just wanted to point the camera. You can see Cinderella Castle just on the other side of the southern live oaks there. We could get a better shot as it comes into view on the opposite side of the moat here. Hold on a second. Here's a better shot coming into view. Here we go. Are you sitting down? Because it's a gorgeous view. Here we go. We're not going to stay too long. We got to get to the Liberty Bell. Captain Mickey Mouse wants us to get on the Liberty Bell so we could go see the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad track installation rehab progression. So that big crane towering overhead, that crane is being utilized to put the track pieces into place for Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. Oh, hello there. Oh, hold on, everybody in the chat. Is it okay to turn my camera over here? Okay. So as I'm walking in Liberty Square here, this nice young woman goes, hello, John. How do you know me?
I just came across your live one time.
Okay. So do you frequent the parks here at Walt?
It's our first time.
Really?
Yeah.
So how did you come across the channel? Just randomly on YouTube?
Just random.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
You too. Thank you for stopping me and saying hi. But take care, enjoy your trip.
Bye, John.
Bye-bye. You too, bye-bye. So that's cool, huh? It's always interesting when you see new people, and she kind of stopped me in my tracks. When she said, hi, John, I'm like, what? Pretty cool stuff. This YouTube gig is pretty neat. And Epcot Galaxy Hero says, I'm a girl. Gotta go by. Here. You're watching live streaming coverage from the Magic Kingdom here at the Walt Disney World Resort. Currently, we're in Liberty Square, but as everybody knows, it's the most magical place on Earth. We're approaching the riverboat landing now. This is where the Liberty Bell docks. At the moment, the Liberty Bell is not in its position, not at the dock, but I can only imagine that it'll be back in about 10 minutes or so, and they'll be unloading and loading more guests. But let me check the chat while I'm standing here in the shade.
So I'm going all the stuff and
Disney cast crew member Monique says, nice to have magical smilers here. That's right, Monique. It's always very special when people stop me. But again, I'm going to share, that one kind of stopped me in my tracks because I thought, she's calling my name. Huh. Because I don't recall meeting her in the parks before. But again, she came across the channel randomly and their first visit here. Let me get a drink of water. Hold on a second. Oh, hello there. Didn't mean to startle you. The random guy just holding this crazy contraption. Yeah, I'm holding Frankenstein, as I call it. It gets looks sometimes, like that gentleman here. He, like me, just stopped in his tracks. It's like, what? Little shocked. Let me put on my sunnies. We're actually on the parade route in Frontierland. I'm actually headed back to the new DVC lounge, the McKim's Mile House, and it actually replaced an actual opening day attraction here at the Magic Kingdom. It was the Frontierland Shootin' Arcade. Once the live stream concludes, I recommend you start this video over. We're not stopping now. Don't worry, Captain Mickey Mouse. We got to get back to the Liberty Bell. We'll go back. I'm just waiting to come back to dock. But the reason why I'm saying once this live stream concludes, start the video over and I go all over the details. So you can find out all the details about the Disney Vacation Club kiosk here, and of course this lounge that even though I say it's a good addition to the park and we gotta accept change, and I still like what they did here with all the theming, and I think it's good for the DVC members, but it's still replaced an opening day attraction. Even though I believe the Frontierland Shooting Arcade wasn't that popular anymore, it's you know, it's sad to see it go, but at least this space went to a good home. So we'll just take a quick look, like I said, while I'm here, because we saw this earlier in the video. But let me check the chat while I'm in the shade here. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, maybe we'll see some Cars Land or Villains Land construction on it. Oh, I would like to see that too, but I don't know, that might be a little premature at this point. We'll see, you never know. Disney cast crew member Monique says, I'm sure you like those too. And Captain Morgan's back. Welcome back, Captain Morgan. Greetings from Key West. What a great handle to be in from Key West here in Florida. And of course the clouds all, you know, cloudy all day. I should say skies are all cloudy all day. Home on the range. I'll get another quick shot over in this direction that you can see the cast members checking for eligibility. In other words, you have to have DVC membership in order to access this lounge here, the McKim Smile House. Disney cast crew member Monique says, Morgan, welcome aboard. Happy you're with us, gladly and kindly. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, subscribe. And remember, don't forget to ring that notification bell. And I'll say it because I like saying it. I haven't been saying that much because I think I overutilize it, so I pulled back on it. Smash that like button. I'm kind of staying out of the sun and in the shade here. I'm trying to figure out where the Liberty Bell is. My assumption is it's on the back side of Tom Sawyer Island. Since we're in Frontierland right now, I wanted to head towards the river. Maybe we could see the actual rafts going over to Tom Sawyer Island. Does anybody know what time the rafts actually close? Is it a soft close? Does it close at dusk? Is it a hard close? Is the hard close, does it actually have a time listed? Anybody in the chat knows when Tom Sawyer Island closes? Oh, we have drinking fountains here, so I'll pause for a moment. Let me get a drink. Be right with you. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, you should have asked the cast members at Liberty Bell when it will come back. That's a good pro tip, Captain Mickey Mouse. I should go back there. Captain Morgan says, I remember the shooting range. It was fun. You're right, Captain Morgan. It was really neat. Especially in the 80s, they had pellets. And so, you know, as you know, they changed it out and they're infrared light beams now. So what do we got going on the parade route? Oh, we probably have another marching band. Let's get over here for the marching band.
High School Marching Band. Please welcome the White County High School.
It sounds like the White High School County Marching Band, I believe. I gotta get to the parade route. Come on, John. Pull it together. We got a marching band coming. Everybody in the chat loves seeing it. I do too. We're going to be pointing into the sun though, trying to see where's a better spot. Maybe on the other side. Maybe on the other side. We'll get to the other side. Marching band. Liberty Bell. It's coming back to the dock. We'll follow the marching band back to Liberty Bell after this, Captain Mickey Mouse.
Adventures is back. Scoot Adventures says, hey Captain Morgan, how are things in Key West? My favorite place other than Disney. Captain Mickey Mouse says 4 p.m. Okay, so 4 p.m. I'm thinking that's Tom Sawyer Island is what I believe he's referring to. Captain Morgan says it looks like a nice day there today. What's the temperature? Also not a large crowd. Okay, so Captain Morgan, I do believe it's a high of 84 degrees. It's not bad humidity, but it's been, I would say, the most warmest day of the spring-ish time we've had so far. So not too bad, but the sun is very bright today, very, very bright. But still, a gorgeous day here in Central Florida, and also not a large crowd. Today is a good to go day. I speculate tomorrow will be increased attendance here at the Walt Disney World Resort. Captain Mickey Mouse says, wait, a band? He also says, from where? Step off gate over by Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Captain Morgan says, another day in paradise, about 78 degrees with a breeze. Well, you got us beat though, down in Key West, Captain Morgan. Captain Mickey Mouse says, Dallas, Texas, I think. Captain Mickey Mouse, 4 p.m. I think Tom Sawyer's Island. Okay, there you go. Captain Mickey Mouse says 4 p.m. He says he thinks for Tom Sawyer Island. So the Liberty Bell is docked, and my assumption is most people are off the Texas deck, meaning that they're probably trying to unload, and then they'll probably accept passengers. So I think, Captain Mickey Mouse, you might be in luck. So the marching band from Dallas, Texas, Captain Mickey Mouse thinks. I actually wasn't paying attention to the announcement. So it appears to be a small gathering of people in the riverboat landing, waiting, of course, to board the Liberty Bell. And the reason for this visit today, we're going to attempt to view some construction on Big Thunder Mountain, possibly Villains Land, or excuse me, one more Cars themed area. But I don't think we're going to see much for Villains or Cars themed area. Captain Mickey Mouse comes back and said 6 p.m. for Sawyer's. Okay, strike the 4. The correct time, according to Captain Mickey Mouse, is 6 p.m. So right now it's 5:50 p.m. Eastern. So we got 10 minutes until Tom Sawyer Island closes. And I just wanted to come over here because I saw, oh, we got bubbles in the area. Bubbles, bubbles, bubbles. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Look, it appears the Haunted Mansion queue has increased in length. Not by much, but still noticeable. See, I'll stop here and I'll turn around so you could see what I'm suggesting here. It goes back to the or this kiosk right here. Keeps going. That's kind of odd or strange, simply because the attendance seems on the lighter side today. And we came by earlier, it was a 50 or 50 minute wait time for the Haunted Mansion. Let's go check out the wait time now. But don't worry, Captain Mickey Mouse, we're gonna get back to the Liberty Bell. We'll get on it. I think we have plenty of time.
David, can you stay, Daniel, can you stay next to David and I'm following you? Because I'd like to see you both so I don't lose either one of you. Wow,
you're watching live streaming coverage from the Magic Kingdom. The most magical place on Earth. And I'm looking for the wait time sign. So it appears the wait time has decreased. It shows 45 minutes for standby entrance. So I'm scratching my head, very much so. My assumption is that wait time sign needs to be updated since it takes a little bit of time to register. But let's get out of the sun. Let's reverse our direction. We'll head back to the riverboat landing. Captain Mickey Mouse says 9 minutes now, 9 minutes. I believe he's referring to Tom Sawyer Island closing. Captain Mickey Mouse says, are they in extended queue? I would say it's an extended queue, but there's no stanchions, no ropes, no temporary barriers. It's just a line sticking out in the area, and the cast is kind of milling about. In my opinion, they seem perplexed and puzzled why it's so long as well. Captain Mickey Mouse says, holy moly, that's a full queue line. That's why.
Okay, we are in luck, Captain Mickey Mouse, because my little eye spies that we got guests loading onto the Liberty Bell. So let's head up around the corner here. I think we're going to be in luck. And as we're walking and talking, I'm going to replace my fuel rod. So if the camera bounces around, hold on, getting the fuel rod out of its holder. Then I find its replacement. Bear with me. And I'll double check. Yeah, that is a good one. We got the 4 LEDs there. Put it in its little home. Hold on. Having an issue with the fuel rod holder. Okay. Okay, we're at the riverboat landing, Captain Mickey Mouse. This is for you. Hello. Hello there. Thank you for making the magic.
No, it's funny, I don't like the wheel trips until I have to do them. Then I don't mind.
And here's what we're dealing with, Captain Mickey Mouse. I'll pause here so you can enjoy this Liberty Bell ambiance. We're looking at the Texas deck. Before we board, let's look over towards the Haunted Mansion. And of course the paddle wheel gently going in this forward motion, keeping friction or tension on the bow line that's attached to the cleat. I imagine on the other side here, we can probably see it. There, you got the rope with the cleat. So any preference, Captain Mickey Mouse, where we should go? I bet you're gonna say, go to the Texas deck. We get a bird's eye view of Big Thunder Mountain Railroad construction. I'm actually putting a fuel rod back in my pocket. Bear with me a second. And notice the elevation change here. So where I'm standing, it actually increases in elevation to go up the platform onto the mid-course. While we're in the area, while we're in this little section here, let's go inside. Check out the interiors. I'm sure gonna miss this, you know, when they decide to make the announcement that it's closing. So I'm playing with my sunglasses here. The camera's awkwardly pointing in weird directions. Give me a second. So I'm just showing you so we can soak up all this goodness, all the magic sauce inside the Liberty Bell here. It's a little tight and constricted quarters in this area. Captain Mickey Mouse says, yes, Texas. Captain Mickey Mouse also says, or the deck that you get on at. Yep, I'm on that deck now, mid-course. So here we go. This is what it looks like from the interior. I'll go to the front. Mark Twain. If you look over there at Tom Sawyer's Island, you can see Huck Finn, Tom. They're painting the fence red, white. There's Polly's. I believe, my assumption is, I don't know if Polly's will ever reopen. Probably because, you know, it takes a lot of maintenance to get it open, so it's probably, at this point, the last day was who knows when. Anybody knows when Polly's actually was open? I mean, the last time I ever purchased food and beverage from Polly was probably like 2011, probably. That's how long ago. But they have some nice patio seating here at Polly's. And here's another view of the Haunted Mansion. So you can see the long queue. The entrance, of course, where we check the wait time sign is, you know, over here. The rest of the queue, and then the extended queue in the area. And here's the paddle wheel. Let's go down below, because I do believe we have about 3 minutes, my assumption is, until they start the process to actually, you know, take the bow line and detach it before we journey on our way around the river. We're going down the steps slowly. Steep steps. So we're near the water line here. Across the way again, Polly's over at Tom Sawyer Island. And it's very loud in the area, but I can take a quick shot of the boiler. And then we'll go in the other direction. And of course, there's where the engineer controls and gets communication from the pilot house. There we go. Just about ready here. Accessibility ramp down to this level here with the ramp that goes back up towards the parade route in Frontierland. Captain Mickey Mouse, you might want to get up to the Texas to see Big Thunder Mountain Road. Don't worry, Captain Mickey Mouse, we'll get back up to the Texas deck. I figured we'd spend the time down here for just a few moments, and then once we proceed in far forward motion here with the Liberty Bell, I'll rocket up to the top. Sun's bright, but here's what we're dealing with the rivers of America, looking off in the direction of Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Country Bear Musical Jamboree is right up ahead here. And there's the McKim's Mile House, the DVC Lounge, the topic of today's video, Diamond Horseshoe. So it looks like we're getting ready to go. Or I should say, listen, it sounds like, it's probably a better way to suggest it. It sounds like, because I didn't see it, I heard it. Cast member prepping the accessibility ramp. So we pop over here. They're getting ready to remove the actual ramp. They lifted it. Disney cast crew member Monique says, Captain Mickey Mouse, I understand you are one of the best experts I've seen on this time. I'm glad you're impressed with all of this, and I can tell you, you like Disney a lot. I think Monique is correct. Captain Mickey Mouse really likes Disney a lot. Texas deck, as I assume, is probably the most popular level here on the Liberty Bell. And it sounds like we're going to be underway very shortly. We got steam emitting from the stacks. We'll try to get an image, a picture, a video of it. Here we go. Nothing like that sound. So Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, it's been closed since 2020 on Aunt Polly's Inn. Yeah, I do believe you're right, Captain Mickey Mouse. The last time I actually ate there was 2011, so a long time. Oh wait, Andy's back. Welcome back, Andy. Andy says, hey John, good to see that your streams are back. You're right, Andy, it's good to be back. We're experiencing some technical difficulties, but it's been resolved. So we got whistle, Liberty Bell whistle. Scooter Adventures says, I'm really going to miss that boat. I agree, Scooter Adventures. Scooter Adventures also says, every time we're there, we could spend hours. Every time we're there, we could spend hours just sitting over there by the boat. And Monique said, oh well, it may haven't been helped after that as we still stroll along this time. A little bit of peaceful scenery is what we have. Scooter Adventure says, that's vibes. That's right, Scooter Adventure. Good vibes. I'm going to pipe down because I want to listen to the spiel. We got Mark Twain, Oceans Deep.
Into the room, ahead 3/4. Stand by. Ready as she goes.
Tiki Man Fan says, that whistle is awesome, unless you're standing too close to it without knowing. Oh boy, Tiki Man Fan is right. It tends to startle some guests, Tiki Man Fan, as you're suggesting. Monique says, hi there, Andy. I'm honored and glad you're here to join us along with our crew and friends. You picked the right time to hang out. What have you been up to? Andy says, hey, Disney cast crew member Monique. So our forward direction of motion has ceased. Not sure the issue, but my assumption is we're waiting for the rafts on Tom Sawyer Island to traverse, to crisscross. Andy's asking, any updates on developments on battery life? Well, as it turns out, Andy, I actually have 3 fuel rods on my person. I'll say it again because it's probably loud. 3 fuel rods on me. I actually purchased a 4th fuel rod, and I carry 3. 3 seems to be about optimal, so I keep it charged non-stop. But today, Andy, it appeared that my primary camera shut down due to heat. I powered it down, powered it back up, and then I relied on the backup camera. So I got it back. The primary camera that you're viewing on right now shut down, I think, because it overheated with the only 84 degrees here at the Magic Kingdom. So I don't know what we're going to do to proceed when we start getting into 92 or 98 degrees during the summer. Still trying to figure it out, Andy. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, can you zoom in on the new tracks on Big Thunder Mountain? I'll try. Andy says, I believe some streamers use ice to cool their devices. Really, Andy?
Yeah, but you're not looking.
Where did they get the ice? Did they just ask for cups of ice at, let's say, the quick services restaurants? Huh. Look, the crane is putting a track piece into place right now. See it? It's going to go behind the tree in a few moments, though. Andy says, correct. I believe I saw Ron asking for ice at Casey's Corner. Really, Andy? Huh. I imagine he's talking about Ron on the Go. Yeah, look at the track. It's being hoisted down into place. Off a sea lift, I believe. Seas and Charlie lift. Sea lift. The drop coming off sea lift, that is. Captain Mickey Mouse says, Ed Andy, it's from Quick Service. Captain Mickey Mouse says, see, I told you they're adding new tracks. Well, we're just in time, Captain Mickey Mouse. We're in luck. Because it probably, you would see the construction workers standing on the track beam right there. And it looks like they're lowering the chain winch that's attached. It's actually attached to the construction crane. You can see them pulling the chain winch, it looks like. So they're probably changing the elevation of the track, taking the tension off on one side, maybe to balance it. Can you hear the chain? I could hear it from here. And we have welders down here coming up to see a lift approach. They're welding some material, probably getting prep work ready to bring in the prefabricated track pieces. Captain Mickey Mouse says, you notice the bridge area different? Yeah, it looks different to me. Okay, the sun's behind the mountain. I don't know if we're going to see much more activity now, but it was really cool. We got to experience a track piece going in, and I think our timing was good because it probably takes many or several hours to prep a track piece to lift or pick and lift, and then place it in its actual spot, its home. Here we can point back in this direction. Captain Mickey Mouse says, wave to them. Oh, they're out of view now.
Oh no. Probably by the next time we're coming.
Okay, we got some more. I don't see activity, but I see scaffolding. So the far section, it looks like the track piece is in place, but in the foreground, it looks like it's still missing. Still yet to be picked and hoisted and put in its home. Sun is brutal here. Coming up here on the port side is Beacon Joe. Anybody ever listen to Progress City, USA? We call it Progress. There we go, Beacon Joe. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, we got away from a welder. Oh, good. I didn't see it. I was too busy looking at the camera, I guess. Old Beacon Joe. Michael and Jeff Crawford over at Progress City, USA do such a good job.
Lots of game out this way. I've seen moose and deer and other critters along the shoreline.
Captain Mickey Mouse said it was the guy near the cave.
ก็อยากไปถามแล้วครับให้เขาเข้ามาอาจารย์คิดว่าผมนั่นต้องเข้าไปถามเขาบ้างหรือว่าจังไหนผมอยากศึกษาแน่เดี๋ยวก็ต้องไปถามที่อันรู้สึกอย่างก่อน นี่เรื่องที่แกยังรอที่ถาม
Our village off the port has been here a while. Most of the Indians along the river don't quite know what to make of our steamboat. They call it Penelor, which means fire canoe. Causes the smoke and sparks for it. How's that? The first time we passed this way, they thought it was the return of one of their heavenly messengers. They said our river always had the light of the sun.
เรื่องของเขากับโยมเนี่ยคือเราคงใจกัน
Just beyond the village, up that hill, is
ว่า
our sacred
ให้เขาดูว่าผมเคยแต่ชมแต่ป่วยร้องว่า
traditional bed of death. After nightfall, they'll return to mourn the great warriors, but honor to the trouble.
เชียร์ตลอดแต่ว่าพักหลังเราเป็นนักงานสังคมอาจารย์คิดว่าเราก็ต้องเข้าไปคงไม่ต้องเข้าไปหาต้องเข้าไปว่ามันเกิดอย่างขึ้นแน่อะไรท่านว่ามันโดดมันชักเลยว่าคำถามบอก
Attention deck watch. Shoal
แม่น
port
ว่า
start.
หนึ่ง
Engine room. Steady up.
เราต้องถาม
Shallow water, but there's no sand knows every shallow every sag.
Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, it's freezing like 1 second and coming back, just letting you know. Okay, thanks for the update. I think we're experiencing cellular dropouts here at the rivers of America.
Never do wrong, Captain.
In other words, the data connection's not that great here on the river.
Hang out.
I'm sorry, sir. Excuse me. Thank you so much.
Those of you that have been this way before know that the word stretch of the river leads me along the way. Each mark is a process. Marking the numbers to patterns and those that means safe
Ahí tienen una fiesta. Oiga, ¿cómo se mira la ropa tendida? Los calcetines, la gente de afuera. Uno. ¿Cómo entiendes?
Miren, y dan lanchitas de mota los jodidos para salir.
Y ahorita es que están en una fiesta. Oiga, están divirtiéndose. Los calcetines.
That's Fort Lane. Boat started out as trading post. As settlers started to come right after Irish came in. Frontier and a lot more civilization was truly necessary. Leachman, give me a depth reading. Sing out.
Salen al puerto y miren que pasamos por allá.
Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, have you seen the Disney Imagineering video of the Cars attraction at Magic Kingdom? It looks better in Disneyland's version. I do believe I know what you're talking about, Captain Mickey Mouse. I personally like the Cars Land at Disney California Adventure. Captain Mickey Mouse says, oh wow, I thought the Liberty Bell was on a track, but it's led by a captain. I do believe it's on a track, Captain Mickey Mouse. And the pilot is just, you know, rolling the show, pretending, I think.
Any one of our 7 staircases to reach that very bottom deck, forward, half, forward, personal favorite, starboard. Thank you for joining us today on the Liberty Square Little Boat. I'm going to walk in once again, as we're coming down to the very bottom level of the boat. And where we'll get you there, following one and only exit. Watch your step as you exit.
Disney cast crew member Monique says, it's a perfect way to keep catching a nice relaxation. It's nice and peaceful. I've been a smooth bits of the view. It's a good and calm. We'll take one last look at the rivers of America with Frontierland below. Peaceful up here. And we can't forget about Cinderella Castle with its golden spires shimmering in the Florida sky. Monique says, I meant calm. I see Monique. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, would you be down to do Tiki Room? Well, let me check the battery levels first, Captain Mickey Mouse. Let me check as soon as I get off the steps here, what we're dealing with here. Okay, let me check the one camera. Let me check the other camera. Okay, my battery levels are starting to reduce here. As I've said, once they get down into the red, the cameras get really flaky. So, Captain Mickey Mouse, I'm thinking Tiki Room's gonna be another day. I just can't keep these cameras charged. In other words, I have a fuel rod. It's powered right now by the fuel rod, but it depletes over time. So Tiki Room will probably be another video for another day, Captain Mickey Mouse. Okay, I'm gonna go down the steps. I'm holding the handrail. So, Captain Mickey Mouse, in order to keep streaming, I have to keep the cameras plugged in at all times. Every second I lose, potentially the cameras could just shut down, shut off. If I go in Tiki Room, like right now, and I can't get the, or if my fuel rod dies, which is one is about to die right now, then the cameras most likely will just shut off and the stream will end. I gotta keep them powered at all times. There's a large step here, I'm gonna step down. Captain Mickey Mouse says, in that Main Street train station then. That's a great idea, Captain Mickey Mouse. That's where I was thinking about going. I'm hoping I'll make it to Main Street Station, but I think I'll make it there. I think we'll get there. So we'll take one last look at the paddle wheel here because there's a small group ahead of us blocking our access going up the elevation, up the ramp. Well, hello there again. So that was very special. Thank you for the suggestion, Captain Mickey Mouse. I very much and thoroughly enjoyed navigating the rivers of America on the Liberty Bell. That was very cool. So like I said, what I'm actually attempting to do is head down Main Street, USA, south into Town Square, and that's where we're going to sign off for today. So in a second, I'll get out of the echo because it's probably very loud right here where I'm at.
Yeah, and then I got a sweater.
But what I was going to mention is I'm actually ending the live stream early today simply because I have to go get ready to go on the Pete McDivitt show. Pete McDivitt is going to broadcast live tonight at 10:45 p.m. Eastern. So I'm going to be Pete McDivitt's host for this evening on Disney Insomniacs. So I hope you'll join me with Pete on the Pete McDivitt show at 10:45 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you there. I'll flip the camera and let's enjoy some views and the ambiance of Fantasyland. Captain Mickey Mouse says, "Oh wow, didn't know you could do a double camera." Yeah, so you probably saw my picture-in-picture, Captain Mickey Mouse. I'm full of tricks and surprises. Stay tuned for more surprises, Captain Mickey Mouse. I bet you're flipping your lid right now. What my Frankenstein camera rig could do. I'll continually give you updates as I add new features to it, but the picture-in-picture I've had for quite some time, maybe you just didn't see it. I like using the full screen most of the time because most people don't want to see my ugly mug, but I think it's a neat little feature that I could talk to you in an intimate setting in picture-in-picture, meanwhile you're still enjoying views of the park. So we're here in Fantasyland here. Directly up ahead is Prince Charming's Regal Carousel. There tends to be a little bit of an extended queue, not too bad. Like I said, if you look in the area, the attendance is a little lower. The crowd levels are a little lighter than average because it is a good to-go day. But let me check the chat again while I'm in the shade. Captain Mickey Mouse says, "John, Pete banned me from his chat, but I'll definitely rewatch." And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Remember to ring that notification bell. And as I point the camera back in this general direction for the Sword in the Stone, look, we have Prince Charming himself. He's going to pull the sword out of the stone. Or at least attempt to. Look at the costume. Pretty neat. Oh, and we have Belle down here. But look at the line. Look at the queue. Quite sizable, even though I'm saying John at Fun to Be Free walking around going, no, the attendance is quite light today. Good to go day. And then I get over here, a sizable queue for Sword in the Stone. And let's take a quick look at the backside of Cinderella Castle. Those windows up there, Cinderella's Royal Table, a table service dining experience that's a little challenging to secure reservations. But we're gonna make the passage through the tunnel out to the other side as we approach the hub. Listen to the background audio, the background music, the BGM. You're watching live streaming coverage from the Magic Kingdom. We're looking south now, past the hub, into Town Square. We're actually headed down to Town Square. I just want to pause here for just a moment. I'm trying to time it, so by the time I get to Town Square, then the batteries will probably end up dying before I sign off, because I just can't keep them juiced up right now. Okay, let's keep going. We got to roll to get down there. Let me check the chat while I'm somewhat in quasi-shade. Scooter Adventure says, I know the struggle with battery life, John. A few weeks ago, I did a long stream, Epcot, Magic Kingdom, and late stream. No matter which high-speed battery pack or cables I use, battery level would not go up. Yeah, so Scooter Adventures, he feels my pain. So there's a good story just to show you. Every time you tune in, I go, oh man, I can't keep these cameras juiced up enough. They just deplete over time. I'm still working on a solution. In fact, I'll give you a little update. I purchased a very special battery pack. It's a very high-end battery pack. It's not a power bank. It's more like a professional camera battery pack. So I'm hoping that's going to do the trick. However, the battery pack is sizable and heavy. I'm hoping that it's going to do the trick. I hope that it will be small enough to wear on my belt, but we'll see. At that moment or point, I'll have to be tethered with a cable, a charging USB-C cable. But this battery pack is professional and does all kinds of stuff. Scooter probably knows what I'm talking about. It's a V-mount battery, so it offers many power output selections or choices, like DTAP, USB-C. You get the up. Oh, I don't know what's coming. There must be we got something coming. I don't know what it is. Oh, we got the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade coming. I don't know. Here, I'll change out my fuel rod one last time, because we got the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade. Maybe I could keep the patterns or the cameras juiced up just enough to capture the Cavalcade. I don't know. We'll see. I was not prepared for the Cavalcade, but I put in another fuel rod, so we're charging still. So we'll see what happens here. Maybe we'll have just enough juice to capture the Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade, then sign off down in Town Square by the Main Street station. So let me check the chat as I'm kind of approaching the shade here. Captain Mickey Mouse says, you already have 10 likes for tonight's Insomniac stream. I haven't even got to Pete McDivitt's show. How is that possible, Captain Mickey Mouse? Main Street Edwin. Oh, Main Street Edwin. Oh, Main Street Edwin. Everybody may know Main Street Edwin. He's a Disney Photo Pass photographer. We saw him many weeks ago in Town Square. But let's see what he has to say. Hola, this is Photo Pass Edwin. I did the magic trick for you today in Town Square Theater. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Oh yeah, okay, so I want to share with everybody. Main Street Edwin was in the Town Square Theater when I was just about to go live. So I was just assembling Frankenstein, my camera rig, and I look up, and Edwin had his back to me. He didn't know I was there, I think. And I said, oh, it's Edwin. And he turned around, hey, my friend. Anyways, so then Edwin did a magic trick. So I encourage anybody, if you're at the Magic Kingdom, to find Edwin, and he may, or I should say, you may have the opportunity for Edwin to present a magic trick to you. And I was impressed. Edwin is quite the magician. His sleight of hand and his skill level, very well done, Edwin, very well done. And Scooter Adventure says, that was the day I had to plug in my scooter to make the hold level not go up or down. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Scooter. You have mentioned that your scooter, your ECV, is literally a giant traveling battery pack. Yes, sir. Captain Mickey Mouse says, double Adventure Friends. What? Yeah, so I checked earlier. So they're doing the second performance of Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade. However, I didn't know what the time was. That's why I was confused. I'm like, what time is it? And I thought, there's no way I'm going to be around, because there's battery levels on a hot day. It was already warm. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we're going to get to experience Disney Adventure Friends Cavalcade. But there's an example of a Disney PhotoPass photographer now. So that's where you can find Edwin. The last time we saw him up here by the Roy O. Disney and Minnie Mouse partner statue. I shouldn't say partner statue. The Roy and Minnie bronze statue where they're seated on a bench near the flagpole, near Christmas Tree Point. Captain Mickey Mouse says, at Main Street, Edwin, hello. Scoot Adventure says, Edwin, yourself and the entire PhotoPass team are amazing. Thanks for the magic. Yeah, I agree with, I concur with Scoot Adventures. So, Main Street Edwin, thank you for making the magic, and along with all of your other Disney cast members, you are truly what makes the magic possible here at the Walt Disney World Resort, and in this case, the Magic Kingdom. So I'm popping up on the curb here on Christmas Tree Point, and we'll look north at the gorgeous views of the picturesque background of Cinderella Castle. Captain Mickey Mouse says, is Edwin off RN? I don't know what that means, Captain Mickey Mouse. Is he a registered nurse? I don't know. I don't know what it means, Captain Mickey Mouse. I'm continually monitoring my battery levels. I'm keeping my fingers crossed, but I remain optimistic. We do have the fuel rod juicing up, powering up the cameras. But oh man, this new one's really depleting fast though. We only have one LED. I started with 4. What happened on this fuel rod? These cameras just suck down the energy. Captain Mickey Mouse says, is he working right now to do a magic trick? I meant, oh, I see Captain Mickey Mouse. I saw him earlier, so I don't know when his scheduled shift is complete, over, done, where he clocks out. I don't know. I haven't seen him this in the later, I should say, the around this time of day. But he was here in the morning time. I saw him before I went live. So he may have already left and gone home. But if you have the opportunity to meet Edwin, he's a neat guy to talk to. He's very talented. Checking the fuel rod again. Dead already. This fuel rod, I don't know if it's bad or good. So I'm checking the camera levels, so I think we're going to be able to just pull it off here. Vamos! Scooter Adventure says, that view never gets old. You're right, Scooter. Oh, well, hello there. So, one of my favorite parades, or I should say cavalcades, just concluded. We're here in Town Square. I was looking for the trolley tracks. Let me get my bearings. Captain Mickey Mouse was suggesting we sign off from the actual Walt Disney World Main Street station. I'm attempting to go up there, but I do believe it's roped off. I see a white rope there. So we'll head over in that general direction. I'm checking the battery levels. I think I can get the outro out here just before the cameras die. We are red, so I'm gonna rush it. Let me check the chat before we go. Let me do this. Let me put on face tracking so wherever I go, you can find my face in the picture-in-picture. Oh, we got Main Street Edwin. Main Street Edwin says, maybe next time, my friend. I'm home already. Well, there you go, Captain Mickey Mouse. Main Street Edwin is home. His shift is concluded. He's done today for making the magic. Thank you for the update, Main Street Edwin. Thank you for popping into the chat. It was nice seeing you today. And again, what a talented musician Main Street Edwin is. Disney cast crew member Monique. Hey, Edwin. Captain Mickey Mouse says, hey, Edwin. Do you photo shoot the characters sometimes or no? Scooter Adventure says, John, in case we lose you suddenly, thanks for the great job today. I look forward to seeing you at the park again one of these weekends. Yes, you are correct, Scooter. I wish that we could, make time, collaborate, get together. We'll see. You never know what the future brings. Captain Mickey Mouse says, well, that's different. Didn't know they could stop. Well, it appears to me what happened was there was a guest in front of me. So I was standing behind the yellow tape line on Christmas Tree Point, where I was standing there in Town Square. And it appears the guest below me, directly in front of me, sat on the opposite side, the far side from me. In other words, on the curb where you're not supposed to sit because the turning radius of those floats, those parade units, are unpredictable, and the curb in Main Street or Town Square is a little narrow on that section, and the cast members, for the guest safety, asked the guests to push back or sit behind the yellow tape line. That's why I moved back, to accommodate that guest for safety reasons. So there you go, Captain Mickey Mouse. And then Main Street Edwin says, no, usually in Main Street, yeah. So as far as I know, Edwin is usually taking photos on Main Street, USA. Here at the Magic Kingdom, Disney cast crew member Monique says, yay, that was great. Captain Mickey Mouse says, hey, Edwin, what time does the last train? So train leave, maybe? Captain Mickey Mouse, leave, yeah, okay. Hey, Edwin, what time does the last train leave? Okay, I'm checking the batteries, so we gotta go. So let me do this, we gotta go. I'm gonna, boom, now we're big screen. Let me take it off face tracking so it doesn't skip around a bit. Hello everyone, John with Fun to Be Free. As it turns out, I have to run. I have a previous engagement to attend. Like I said, I'm actually going to appear as the guest star, jazz hands, on the Pete McDivitt Show tonight at 10:45 Eastern. 10:45 Eastern on the Pete McDivitt Show, streaming live on YouTube. So I gotta go get ready for that. But in the meantime, the cameras are about to die, so let's go fast. Let's go fast now. Okay, thank you for joining here. Recap today, the reason why we're here at the Magic Kingdom, because there's the new lounge, the new DVC lounge, the McKim Mile House, replaced an open day attraction, Frontierland Shooting Arcade, here at the Magic Kingdom. Once this live stream ends in just a few moments, start the video over, I go all over it. But in the meantime, I'm going to turn around and maybe behind me you get to see gorgeous views of Cinderella Castle, depending on where I stand, maybe right there. Okay. So thank you again for joining me. Thank you to all my new subscribers. We go live at 2 p.m. Eastern every day. Tomorrow, it'll be a mystery. I don't know. I'll have to check it out. But I'll see you tomorrow in the next video. Thank you for watching. Take care. Bye-bye, everyone.